Alright, hello there everyone. I'm back again. This time with the usual good old stream. No, it's Friday. It's a Friday night. Actually, I just realized I could have used the Friday Wait music, but I didn't think about that when I was setting up the stream. Anyways, so today I have chosen Cars Soccer. Or, well, I mean, it's Rocket League, but as I always prefer calling it, good old Cars Soccer, because that's literally what this game is, essentially. So, uh, my familiarity with this particular game is, kind of on the, well, I got this game long ago, back when you could still obtain it through Steam. And then when the game went, I played it quite a bit back then, and then when it came to Epic, I think I only touched it once, and then I haven't touched it since, so my ability to actually play this is, I wouldn't say terrible, but it's definitely been quite some time. I think I might need to change something in the settings, actually. That's loud as fuck. Oh, yeah. Oh, now the music decided to start up. That's wonderful. I was wondering why the hell the menus were so quiet. Oh, never mind. I found a game already. That's even more convenient. No, already into it. Shit. I don't remember B being the button for boosting, but alright, whatever. I see things have changed a little bit. Unless it was already Y, and I'm just mistaken. Oh, thank you, guy. They're already off to a good start. I know in the long time that it's been since I've actually played this, they've added a whole bunch of other shit that I didn't really bother to keep track of. And the whole reason why I haven't played this in so long is not because I didn't like the game, it's more particularly because, well, when you have a moderately large Steam library that's been around for 12 years now, obviously, you know, you got other shit to play in the process. Oh. Well, thank you again, teammate. Man, whoever this dude is, he's absolutely fucking slaughtering these guys. Or if there's anything we can do on our end, because I don't think we've even achieved anything. Oh. Well. I think now they seem to have woken up. I forgot how wild this fucking game can get after a while. Damn it. little on the bullshitty side on that one. But, understandable. Fully understandable. Perfect! Now that is what I like to see. Oh, no, 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 no. I've got this. I've got this shit. Just a little clusterfuck down here, but that's easy to solve. Oh. Damn it. Okay, now this is getting a little interesting. I think it was the same dude that scored last time. I distinctly remember when I played this ages ago, that there was one particular game where like once we got to the middle of the field, every single time we were just knocking it straight into their goal. Like you would just knock it straight from the middle of the field straight into the goal, because nobody even bothered to even attempt to kind of stop it from doing anything. Yeah, I think it's time for the other team to throw in the towel at this point. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful shit. Absolutely spectacular. Absolutely gorgeous. I feel like I'm gonna assume that PSY Net on every single one of these players probably means PlayStation Network, doesn't it? I've always wondered that every single time I've played this game, and I know that that's been a thing for like ages now. Gotta find something different. Gotta diversify the gameplay options. Okay, I forgot to turn off the vibration on the controller. I was wondering what the hell I just felt on my leg. I set the controller on my leg when I'm currently looking at something on my phone. Aha! Wait, did some dude on the other team just quit? I think they just did. Oh yeah, somebody did. I forgot people can get sweaty as hell in this. Damn. Oh, that dude got fucked. No worries, that can be fixed. It's like a good duct taping of it. A good duct tape fix. The really strong shit too. Never mind, there's no fixing that shit. Oh man. Alright, gentlemen, we can't afford this L. We gotta actually get a dub for once in this. We did perfectly the last one. I don't want it to be just. I don't want this to be like my COD KD. I think I've come to the conclusion that this team sucks. Oh no. This is getting worse. Still not as bad as that one time I lost by about 10. I do not know why I jumped at that. That was an idiotic jump. That's not gonna make it. I can already tell that's not gonna make it. Of course not. And that last game was so nice too.
60 seconds left on the clock. Sensational goal!
This team's soft like Charmin.
Seconds left on the clock. The game was lost.
Ah, damn it. Man, that was some butt cheeks. Hold on a second, I think I hear something. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. I apologize for that. I had a slight thing I had to take care of just for a moment. That was a terrible game. Every now and then you sometimes end up with teammates who sort of seem to not know what they're doing, and then when they finally get into things, they realize it's kind of a little too late. Now, granted, I know I haven't played this for a while, so I don't know if that's just a combination of all three of us, but still. I wonder how 4 will go. Oh no, it's one of these where you join mid-game. This certainly... Oh! Well, never mind then. I was expecting this to start off badly, but you know what? If the first thing I get when I join something is a goal, I can improve with this. I got blown the fuck away, but that's alright. That can be fixed too with duct tape. It's amazing the shit you can do with duct tape. I remember when I first played this game, there was for some reason a lot of bots that would occasionally join in game. Like not the in-game bots, like the really dumb ones. There was one that just kept driving around in circles. I don't know why. Then there was those guys who would just AFK, and so you're left with one teammate who didn't seem to know what they were doing. Well, not like they didn't know what they were doing. They were just sitting there. And then by the time I remember in one case, there was one time where a guy came back, and then by the time he came back, we were already losing by like 6. I mean, when it's a 3v3 and you're already down by 1, there's not much you can really do at that point. That's not gonna be good. Oh, I expected that to go in. I think they just scored on their own goal again. I think someone just rage quit. Look, I know I was losing last game by 3, but I wouldn't go as far as to rage quit. I also don't know if this is one of those games that penalizes you every single time you rage quit. I know Halo MCC does that, but I don't think they implement it well at all in that game. Especially when you count random disconnects because your internet's being shit or your PC crashed as actual rage quits for some reason. See, I touched it. Gotta get at least one finger on the ball. That wasn't a finger. Well, this is turning out a little lopsided. I don't know if that's the game's matchmaking, or last game I got put with a team of guys who didn't know what they were doing, and then this time I'm with a team of guys who actually know what they're doing, because I probably lost the last one. I don't know, I probably need to figure that out as time goes. Oh, I fucked up 2 guys at once. That would have been gold if... Oh! Never mind! How many more rage quits are they gonna get? Oh, we have a bot on our team, too. That was not supposed to miss. Finally, somebody on the other team actually scored. I was starting to get annoyed that nobody on the other team was even trying. Okay, score, but don't score that much.
And still stay grounded at the
We're gonna have to do something about this, gentlemen. And by something I mean a lot. Because I know we're still winning by 3, but come on. Oh, nope. Oh, thank God somebody actually stopped it. Never mind, there's no defense on this team. Unless nobody was even standing there. Nope. Oh, of course. Oh, wait, that was the bot that scored? Shit. Oh. No, that wasn't that bad. At least that was better than that last one. Okay, I don't know why I still have this video on my phone. Someone apparently is putting glue to a keyboard, and I think someone tried to do the same thing with an iPhone screen. I don't know what this weird new, what this, I don't know if this is some kind of trend or something going on, but somebody apparently is putting glue in between all the holes, in between their keys on their keyboard. I don't think that's a brilliant idea, because your keys are just gonna get stuck, but, you know, more power to you, I guess. If that's something that you think works. It's like the video I've seen once of a lady who apparently thought that you can save money on buying potatoes to make, I think it was mashed potatoes. And she takes like a whole bag of Lay's and then runs them through water until eventually they turn into absolute mush. Like she just ran the Lay's potato chips.
Bro, hello? Hello, can someone hear me? Oh my gosh, bro, that's not their... Bro, he's on the other team, no! He's on the blue team.
So anyways, so apparently some lady, this was I think on YouTube, or was this a video I once saw on Facebook? Well, either way, there was a video of some lady who apparently thought it was a life hack that you could put, fucking Lay's potato chips under running water for a while, but you have to boil them. Like, you have to finally boil them until they become a straight-up mush of Lay's potato chip. And then after that's complete, then apparently you can turn it into mashed potato or something. It wasn't, it didn't really look like mashed potato, it looked more like potato porridge or something, but, I sure as fuck would not eat that. Actually, some of those weird life hacks or food hacks, some of them just make no fucking sense. It's some of those things where you think to yourself, I mean, I know okay, I've seen a lot of these on Facebook, actually, which, I mean, to be fair, it is the same site where people come up with some really goofy ideas for food hacks, life hacks, and I think even like shit to supposedly heal yourself with. I feel like this is the same site that came up with the essential oils garbage. Like those same Karens that are in their homes in like the middle of the Midwest or some shit, and they're like, "Ah, yeah, so apparently I read that if you inhale the fumes of some random shit, you will apparently be cured of so many random things." It's like Oh god, what do you call that shit? Homeopathic, that's it. Oh god. That was not supposed to go that way. Oh, thank you. Well, I don't think we're coordinating well if we're all slamming into each other like this. Had to get into my usual rhythm of playing this after so long of not playing this. Now, I don't consider myself good at this by any means back when I was first playing this. Now, I'm surprised at how well this game runs. Even on like low-end hardware, I remember I was able to run this game a lot pretty smoothly at 60 frames. That was on my old college laptop. That did nothing. That did something. That did absolutely something.
Let's go. I'm looking for Get in my car.
Well, I'll give a hand to the kid on the mic. He actually seems to be doing a decent job of defending. Oh, never mind. Thought that was gonna go in. Oh shit, no, that's not what I intended. Can someone hit thank you?
Don't get that in, don't get it in. That's just not it.
I was a little worried nobody was going after that.
Left on the clock.
Damn it. I feel like the lock-on camera doesn't seem to be doing a good job of locking onto things. Well, you know, it does lock onto things. It's just a bitch to actually hit something when you're using it. Like, you have to, like, seamlessly transition from both lock-on and non, and, like...
That's in! Let's go!
Good shit right there. Good shit. And we just gotta hold on to this for 37 seconds.
Bro! I swear to God that's gonna go in. Let's go! Bro, we're winning this.
Perfection.
Get
Like putting
in
the
my
cherry on top of an ice cream. Oh, well, putting the cherry on top of a sundae. Oh, if that goes in.
in.
Damn it.
One for the record book.
That would have been wonderful if that had gone in first thing.
Get in my car.
Woke up in the morning, first thing I did was get it in.
Please say ready up. Ready up, please.
Alright, let's try a different one. I always try to spice things up. I need to change my randoms every now and then. Still, I like the ideas of some of these food hacks, life hacks, medicine hacks, whatever hacks. Never understood the logic of some of them when literally it's just like the most like idiotic shit you can do. Like some of them are just like basic shit that would make sense when you do it, but then other ones are like, look at this, I've discovered the cheat codes to life by stuffing this with this into this and then getting some kind of result. Finally, found something. There's a lot of PlayStation Network that I'm bumping into. I think the one guy at the top with no picture is probably a Steam user. No, actually, no, not Steam, but Epic. I forgot. Oh, Epic exclusivity nonsense. I guess the only good thing that gave was Rocket League items in Fortnite, but even then, that's still not worth the cost of having this removed from Steam. Okay, it's not removed, it's just you can't buy it on Steam anymore. Thank God I bought this on Steam back in 2017. Don't know why I sent that way. And I still haven't turned off the vibration for some... Damn it, gentlemen. Come on, somebody. That's for standing on our side of the field. Where's the ball? Oh! Okay, that was actually my fault. Send that shit back. Okay, that... Again, that lock-on camera is just awful for trying to hit the ball. Is that guy AFK? Come on, somebody! Send it in! Send it in, damn it! You're in my way. Get out of my way, thank you. I don't know why I'm pressing the boost button in vain, hoping something will happen. Get this shit out of here. I don't want it here. Someone hit it, someone hit it. Oh, no one hit it. Oh no. It's those moments where you don't know. I feel like half of everybody that's just playing this on casual leaves the ball lock on enabled. And then you don't know where you're hitting it exactly because the block on camera just kind of fucks everything up and you just can't tell where it is you're hitting it. Like, I get it. The thing you gotta do is obviously turn that shit off for a moment so you can actually see where you're moving. Get it up! Let somebody turn on their mic to rage now. Well, thank you, AFK guy. You actually managed to do something. Never mind. This has not been a smooth operation. In fact, if anything, it's been rougher than sandpaper. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that would have been sick if that actually had gone in. Oh, lock on camera. Seriously. We're not winning this, gentlemen. Actually, we could. Who the hell triggered a vote to concede? I know we're gonna lose, but still. Man, y'all pussies. You know what, just for that, they deserve to win now. Vote to concede. I didn't even know you could do that now. Yeah, back to the menu. I'm trying to remember, out of all those goofy ass videos about life hacks, I think one of the dumber ones that I remember was some lady that took like raw pasta, like the hard pasta you just bought out of Walmart, and then stuck it into like a piece of, I think it was ground chuck. She stuck it into ground chuck, and after she did that, then she decided to put it in the oven, I think it was, which I need to tell you how dumb of an idea this is. I need to tell you how dumb of an idea this is when you put like solid pasta into an oven with ground meat all over it. Like it was wrapped in ground meat. I don't know if people have seen that one, but that in particular was the one I always think of when I think of really stupid quote-unquote life hack videos. Alright, what have we got in store for us today? Alright, let's get this bullshit. Never mind, this is bullshit. Perfect! See, I haven't completely rusted over. Oh. 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 Damn it. No, it's getting in there. Get in there. Ah. Gentlemen, we gotta go harder in the paint. Well, I guess it's grass in this instance. Well, there is paint on this grass. I mean, you can paint grass without killing it. Damn it. Get that shit out of here, damn it. I don't want it. Someone please get it out, get out, get it out, get it out. Oh, thank God, that almost went in. If I had jumped just a tad second earlier, that would have gone in. Well, that would have gone out, not in, but... Oh. Well, thank you. Thank you for the own goal. I appreciate that. Maybe there's still hope. We got 30 seconds left. Gotta not mess this up. Never mind. Oh, thank you. I won't be using it. I do remember these blueprints well, but I don't use those. But thank you for offering me another one game. Alright, time to explore again. We'll take the standard, see if we find something. There's gotta be something quick on this one. Well, apparently the word thighs is trending on Twitter. I'm not sure why, but knowing... Oh my god. Alright. Perfect. I mean, either way the ball was gonna go in, but that was just a certified getting it in there. Just send this bad boy out there. Nope. Just stay under his ass. He can't do anything when I'm underneath him. Took so long to get that thing in there. Oh, man. Alright, let's see if we can get this shit. We're not getting this shit, we're not getting this shit. I don't think telling sorry like 1,000 times in the game chat is gonna really do anything. Well, this can be discarded. Damn. Forgot how into this shit I can get. I wonder what the thighs thing on Twitter was. Of course. I got a picture of Squidward's thighs after eating a fuck ton of Krabby Patties. I mean, to be fair, I'm not surprised Twitter is posting horny content, knowing them. I mean, it is Twitter. This is also the same place that's like a toxic waste dump at the same time. What we got now? 3 of 3. Run that shit back again. Okay, I will never understand why. Okay. I should have probably turned off ball cam, but... So I don't understand why. So on old Yahoo Mail, as I'm checking through my personal inbox, which no, I'm not gonna mention my email on stream or even what that's my private email. But I use Yahoo, been using it for years. So for some reason, I don't know why, all of a sudden I've been getting spam messages coming in. Like those types of spam messages that are like written with fancy font styles or like written saying, "Congratulations, you won some shit," or "Your new offer." New offer from whatever bank or whatever card or whatever thing. Or it's usually like some kind of bogus offer saying offer on like fucking on some kind of strange like card or service or bank or something. It's always all bullshit. And then there's always the one that's like Amazon order or some shit, even though I haven't ordered something from Amazon in months. I think the last thing I ever ordered from there was probably oh, I remember, it was a couple of cables I needed for being able to connect headphones into my phone. Because when I upgraded my phone, it didn't have a headphone jack, so I needed one of those dumb cables to convert a 3.5mm jack into USB-C. But I think that was the last thing I ever ordered from Amazon. Anyways, so it's obviously bullshit spam emails that probably send you off to one of those sites that gives you a phone number to call one of those shady call centers that I mentioned before. Or it could usually be like some kind of virus site or something looking to send you like ransomware or some kind of spyware or some shit. Like it's pretty much a guarantee that this is all just bogus emails from like with bogus offers. So these fucking things have been spamming my mailbox for ages, and I keep marking them all as spam, but I still keep getting a... I feel like they just scored in their own, didn't they? Lo and behold, I think they did. Well, thanks for that. But yeah, I have no understanding why my mailbox is getting flooded by these things. Like, I marked them all as spam, and then after I mark them all as spam, I think, okay, that'll get rid of this group, right? But no, what they always do is they seem to change email addresses. Like, I think it's all automated the way these spam messages come in. And then every single time I keep trying to block them and set them to spam, like, they just always keep going through for some reason. And with the different email types they send. But you'd think that Yahoo would be smart enough to actually be able to block these, and apparently it is. But I realized the other day when I went on Yahoo to look at my inbox again and I'd get rid of those emails, it's like, oh, annoying spam emails blocking your filling up your inbox. Try the Yahoo Premium thing to block the whole, what was it? I think it was a whole domain or something, to block the entire domain. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So the whole point of why I'm getting, I feel like Yahoo does this intentionally. Like, they just litter your inbox with spam messages that could just be sent to spam. But the reason why they don't decide to block them is because they're a bunch of greedy fucks and want your money for their lousy premium service. Which I won't use, and I'm still using my ad blocker, by the way, Yahoo. Yahoo bitched at me about that, saying that I needed to whitelist Yahoo on my ad blocker so they could show me their lousy ads. But I never followed through with them on doing that, and I guess this is their way of getting vengeance on everybody. Even then, I'm still using my same private Yahoo, but it's just insanely annoying that these spam messages just flood. I mean, it's not like a whole like laundry list of them. It's like usually like 2 to 4 that fill up your inbox per day. Sometimes they don't even show up at all. But then when they do come in, God, are they annoying. Of course, I will say these annoying scam emails, the contents of them when you actually open up one of them. And I always open up one of these on at least something secure. So when I don't open any attachments on them, but I do open at least the email itself, which I think opening the email itself is at least harmless. So I opened up one of them, and you can clearly tell it looks as fake as humanly possible for an email supposedly from some kind of major company. Oh, I think we can get it in. Nice. I may not have contributed much on this one, but hey. At least we're not losing by 3. Could be worse, it could be them. And we win. Beautiful. You know, I'm gonna stay on this one, see if what it gets me now. But yeah, I will never understand why they do that. We're like, they purposely send you spam just so you can subscribe to their premium service, so that way you stop getting spam. It's absolutely asinine. Like, in the spam emails I received, I think some of the goofier ones I recall getting was one for male enhancement pills, and it was something about like, so get this. So apparently the story of the email to try and convince you to get these what I like to call dick pills. So the way the email was trying to advertise these dick pills was apparently some lady hooked up with this very well hung African man, and apparently the ad was like, so apparently this lady's husband this lady's husband was not able to perform properly, so apparently this lady hooked up with an African man who's well hung, well endowed, and apparently the husband wanted to catch up, and so he used the special pills in the ad, which I'm almost certain there's no such thing as special pills in the ad. I mean, from what I remember hearing, there is no physical way you can actually make your ding dong bigger than it already is. So the ad, but again, I never understood the marketing campaigns for dick pills. Like, I get it, it's probably some dude that's got like a tiny ding dong, and so he thinks that he can make it bigger, but literally there's no actual way to do it. I think the only way to actually somewhat do it is surgery, but even then the surgery doesn't increase it by that much. It's only like a minor increase. But I never understood the logic of those companies that are like, buy our dick pills and your dick will go from like 4 inches to like fucking 12 in like a day or something if you consume this. I mean, most of the time what they usually tend to be is like, I think it's usually like, I don't remember if they said they were like sugar pills or some kind of pills. I don't really remember what someone explained they are, but they don't do what they're supposed to do, and most of the time they can actually do more harm than actual good. That's from what I remember reading. But again, I guess the market for middle-aged men with for impotent middle-aged men is very strong. That's why these companies are still able to get away with putting out ads like these. I really gotta do something about turning on that camera. Okay, my own teammate got in the way and prevented me from actually being able to hit the ball. Never mind, we're losing. I feel like, yeah, the game pairs you up with teammates that are actually good one game when you suck, and then afterwards the game pairs you up with trash the following game. Because, wow, these guys are bad. See, gentlemen, that's how you do it. I'm sitting here talking about dick pills while y'all are probably out there playing with your dicks while I'm trying to actually score. About to go into a full DSP type rant or something in the next few minutes. Okay, I'm not... okay, I don't go on that level, but still. They were really hungry for that. Oh. I feel like one of my teammates just kind of gave up and went AFK because he's still standing there. How long this good old stream been going? Hour and 24. Still, I never understood the idea of dick pills. Well, let's see what we can keep finding out there. I'll go with 4. Gotta play on big teams. That's fantastic. It put me in a game where we're losing already. No, maybe we can make something of this. I think I'm taking over the spot of some dude that probably rage quit in the first few minutes, in the first few seconds of this. That's from what I'm guessing. Well. Oh, we got another dude that left. Oh man, this next guy that joined is definitely gonna be in for a surprise when he gets in. think 3 dudes on this team have already rage quit. Look at that. Actually, it's just me and this one dude that joined later, and and the rest are bots. Oh god. Well, we got one. Thanks to the guy that joined late. He thinks everybody playing this game is using the same exact square-looking car. To be honest, I never found the actual interest in doing a battle pass for a game like this. I mean, hell, this game didn't even have a battle pass back then, but for some reason, Epic thought it was a great idea to introduce Fortnite-style battle passes to every single game they bought off Steam. I mean, hell, they did the same thing with Fall Guys. I mean, I get it, you can get more items for your cars in this game, but even then, like, you gotta be someone that really, really likes playing Rocket League endlessly. Which, I mean, I get the appeal of playing the game, but after a while of about 5 L's in a row, you kind of get tired of playing the game for a bit. I think I might play this for like half of the stream, and the other half is probably gonna be something else. Because this is not going. Well, it's going, but it ain't going in the right direction. I'm gonna try another one. We're gonna wait till the 2 hours and 15-minute mark. I will say, if there's one thing Rocket League definitely does, is it keeps my focus like on the game itself. Which is a little difficult when you're trying to say stuff at the same time in the middle of a stream. Ooh, one of the prettier looking maps in the game. Maybe this will be the dub we've been looking for. Okay, so this might be the dub we're looking for. Not for a minute why'd they have 4 dudes, but then I realized some dude quit. The words of old Reznov, I just grazed the ball. Merely grazed it. Oh shit! Oh shit! That was a beautiful one. Gotta keep that shit up for the rest of the game. I don't think we can keep that up, but it's like camping lightning in a bottle. Okay, that was also like capturing lightning in a bottle. I did not think that that would actually go in. It was gonna be one of those ones that hits the side and then just kind of is like, oh no, not today. It's gonna be like the Kembe Mutombo blocking a shot. It's like, not in my house. Those dudes had gotten there just a slight bit faster, they would have managed to get rid of it. Actually, thank God that one teammate didn't hit it in time. That would have been bad. They got one guy on their team with almost 300 ping. To be fair, I'm not even noticing him lagging. I was wondering why I just flashed blue scored. Oh. Maybe this could go in. No. Much, much better. We gotta get this shit. Oh, sorry. Okay, I put that one on myself. That one was not as fluid as I wished it would be. I did not expect any of that to happen. Well, this is certainly not a good spot to be in. You've got to be kidding me. Well, that team was butt cheeks. That's gonna be my conclusion on them. I'll give them a 2 out of 10. Actually, no, I'll give that one guy that scored as well. I'll give him at least a 7 out of 10. That was Dookie. What if there's... Oh, there's none of that. What if they still have games of these? Because I remember these. I wonder if we'll actually be able to find anything of this. I know there used to be quite a bit of people playing this like years ago, but then again, ever since Epic took over everything, I don't know how games of these will go. Not all players can. Jesus. You really can't find any of this anymore. Alright, that one's out of the question. What do we got in here? Found something. Oh, mid-game, of course. Let's run that back again. Let's see how that went. Wow. Absolutely amazing work, team. Beautiful. Ooh, that almost went in. What else have we got? I guess I could try pairing up with somebody. This just is not going smoothly. It's like rubbing yourself with sandpaper. And no, I don't know what that feels like from experience, nor do I want to know. But at least I always go based off of what I hear. And what I hear is not very pleasant. I feel like I've already been on this map before, like 3 times by now. Nice. Nice. This is getting, well, I wouldn't say close, but this is definitely keeping my attention up. The hell was that? Woo! That was a beautiful way to end all that. After that, like, streak of L's, get one dub on a duo. Good shit, good shit. Absolutely proud of that. I think now I'll declare it as the old 5-10 minute break right now. Gotta use a bathroom. But I apologize if I'm not speaking much. The game's a little distracting, but at the same time I'm not sure exactly what to think about at the moment. But I'll think of something when I come back. But for now it'll be 5 to 10 minutes until I come back. So just a moment. Alright, I'm back. I apologize for that. I was just having some technical things going on in the background while trying to switch games. I didn't think this game would take a while to load up, given all the, well, I mean, I'm kind of not surprised that it took a while to load up, given all the crap that's installed, but I've decided to switch games because I was getting kind of bored of going through Rocket League after a while. I mean, well, I was getting bored of the L's, that was one thing. But at the same time, I don't know if it was the perfect game to decide to stream, given the fact that it was just distracting my mind from being able to think of anything to actually, say, but, yep, so I decided to finish out the rest of the stream with, Euro Truck Sim 2. Yeah, something that'll at least give me, something that'll at least let me think of something to say without fully distracting my brain from doing any actual speaking. I know there's people that go on streams and they're like, I demand commentary 24/7, which, I mean, to be fair, yes, I'm fully aware that streams tend to be dead air most of the time, which, I mean, it's understandable why they're going to be dead air every now and then, because you're trying to focus on playing something while also speaking at the same time. Like, if your main goal is to just speak, I think one of the, and this is an idea I've had to, at least, because I've had some gameplay footage of old stuff that I've played in the past recorded for later use if I ever got around to making anything with that content, but I never got around to it because I didn't actually bother using the stuff for anything, so I decided to probably use it for a live stream later. Of course, I'm still debating on what exactly the stream I use all that on will be, but, you know, I'll think of it as time passes by. Let's see. Might as well find something to actually do in the game. That is a very short distance. I need something that's not that long, because I've got 2 hours left on the stream. I'm probably capping this at 4 hours. I don't think I'm going past 4 hours today. Let's see. I think these ones are like insanely long, ain't they? Yeah, it's like 19 hours of driving. Oh, this is just 8 hours of driving. Okay, that's 8 hours of driving according to the game. Wait, 8 hours. Oh no, wait, that's when the offer expires. How long is this drive? 20-something. Spain to Romania. Actually, no, I know there was one that sent me all the way to Romania. I haven't been to Romania yet in the game. Well, I haven't been to Romania in real life either, but definitely not in this game I've been there. I guess we'll go there. Well, that's not that long. Okay, this one's Latvia all the way down to Romania. I think this will be a decent one. I'll take that. Rice. The most important meal that goes along with just about any plate of food. Granted, as far as I'm aware of, either if you're Hispanic or Asian, most of your meals probably are accompanied by rice.
Navigation resumed.
Of course, in my honest opinion, there's some meals that you can't accompany. Not everything can be accompanied. I mean, I get it. It's like a part cultural, part meal sort of thing, where it's like this is the traditional staple of the meal. Therefore, this will be in every single plate. But personally, I mean, I don't find rice to be a bad food option, but you know, if you don't get creative with rice, if you just serve like plain rice with no actual like flavoring to it, then yeah, your rice is gonna get kind of stale. Come on, gents. I need a space. Like a little space. I got rice to deliver. There's plenty of hungry Hispanic/Asian families somewhere here across Europe. Well, in Romania to be exact. I gotta deliver this meal to. this hearty meal. And y'all are not letting me pass, and this is a crime. This is a crime against humanity. You in the RV. No, never mind. You didn't let me pass, asshole. Did everybody just pick? Did everybody just pick today to go to go in this direction? Everybody just picked today as their day to go. If this was at least real life, one of these drivers would have at least been kind enough to stop to let me pass through. But seems like everybody here is in a rush. Well, what time is it in game? 2:40 p.m. I think they're all coming back from lunch. Of course, I don't know how lunchtime goes in Europe, but at least I'm aware of the fact that how lunchtime goes over here. It's usually at around like noon to 2 p.m. I think is lunchtime for most places, most employers. Unless you work night shifts or something, then that's a completely different story. All right, that's it. I'm tired of waiting. I got rice to deliver, and you motherfuckers are not letting me deliver this rice. If I hit that car, I do not care. Thank you. All it took was somebody to at least give me some space. Nobody was giving me some space, so I had to butt in there and actually, you know, make something of this. 27... Oh, this is 27 hours long. I was expecting this to be like a really short drive from Latvia all the way down to Romania. I can't believe I haven't gone through Romania yet in this game. Actually, yeah, I don't think I've actually ever gone through Romania in any of my playthroughs of Euro Truck Sim. Because I know I had a save file before this, but that save file got fucked up when I was messing around with the radio station files. I think I've said this before, but messing around with the radio station files in Euro Truck Sim 2 is kind of like a wonky kind of business.
In 200 meters, turn right.
It's kind of like a wonky kind of business when you start messing with the files and the when you start messing with the files in the radio station folder. I went apeshit and added as many files as possible to try and diversify the radio options, but I wasn't getting many good results out of it. Like I said, normally if I was if I wasn't streaming, if I was just playing this on my own, I'd be listening to pretty much just about anything. But due to the issue of most of anything on the radio being copyrighted music, I can't really go with that. I still wish copyright law would be switched, would at least be reworked into, you know, considering stuff like streaming and all these other kind of things. Especially if you're not making money off the platform. If you're making money off the platform, then yeah, I fully understand that if you're wanting to use copyrighted music for your stream or your YouTube video or whatever, and you intend to make money off it, then yeah, that's one thing, because you're profiting off someone else's work. But, you know, if you're not making a dime off of it, you know, and you're just making it for the fun of it, you know, I don't understand the logic of going like full apeshit on copyright on somebody's video. No, I just realized I should have probably notified on my Twitter that I'm streaming something else again, and on most of my other platforms, but I completely forgot to do that while I was transitioning over to this game. I made $3 last 5 years, so I have to pay them $75,300,000 a day to have one of their random music on my stream. That can happen 3% chance. Like, and thank you for the comment, Trinell. Yeah, I never understood the whole thing of like I said, if you're not profiting off of what you're making, like, and I know that Twitch is basing its entire like way of handling copyright off of U.S. copyright law, Because I know in other parts of the world, copyright law here doesn't really matter for shit. One perfect example I could think of is Mexico. And this is, and like, what I mean by Mexico is the perfect example, because if you've ever seen, if you've ever seen Mexican ads on TV, at least on like local Mexican TV stations, because I don't think these would air on like Azteca TV or Televisa, which are like Mexico's like two biggest like telecommunications companies. But well, no, not telecommunications. No, they're more like television entertainment companies. Well, either way, since U.S. copyright law doesn't apply outside of the U.S. unless the country itself has some kind of specific copyright law, in places like Mexico, you could just easily get away with using copyrighted material, and lawyers can't really do shit because the Mexican government doesn't seem to give two shits about copyright law. Like, there was someone who used, there's an ad for like a taco place in some part of Mexico, I think it was Guadalajara or something, and it was a video about a guy trying to just advertise his taco place. And in it, he uses he uses a clip from Endgame, from Avengers Endgame, where the scene where Thanos snaps his fingers at the end, but then it fails, and then Tony Stark snaps his fingers and then obliterates Thanos and his whole army. Yeah, he used that scene, obviously the Spanish dubbed one, for Mexican audiences, and then after that, like, instead of Tony Stark snapping his fingers, it's the taco restaurant owner snapping his fingers. So he just deletes Thanos, and then, like, well, he doesn't necessarily delete him. He transports him into a new reality where apparently Thanos is twerking for some reason to some kind of like cumbia version of the Avengers theme, as the guy's like different taco options show up on screen. Don't get me wrong, the tacos look fire as fuck, but what an interesting way to advertise your taco restaurant. That's one of the examples I can think of. Another one I can think of is the Taqueria Goku. I know I've seen memes of it from, I think it was like Neon Genesis Evangelion, where the entirety of the cast was just sitting, the entirety of the main cast was just sitting at some taco place, and it was like called Taqueria Goku. Thought that was bullshit until I searched it up, and lo and behold, there is an actual ad for a taco place called Taqueria Goku. And the whole thing is literally just like the whole thing, even the background theme music is, I think, the theme music to the original Dragon Ball anime in the background. And the whole reason they can do all that in Mexico is because, like I said, the Mexican government doesn't seem to give two shits about copyright laws unless it's something that's specifically made in Mexico. Like if it's like a telenovela handled by like Televisa or something, I think they actually do care at that point, because Televisa, I know damn well, has like their hands in the pockets of like Mexican politicians. Because I mean, when you're the largest entertainment company, you also own like news stations and a whole bunch of other shit. It is a gigantic thing. So obviously I'm not surprised that these guys have like their hands in like Mexican politicians' pockets, but for the most part, anything else is fair game. Monetization dealing could be like this. I agree, Trinell. Like, honestly, if the monetization system was just at least so changed to where well, if like copyright was just so, like, if Twitch at least gave a shit about copyright law overseas, but I think the whole reason why they don't really care about overseas copyright law and they only go based off US is because since it's a US based company, especially since they're owned by Amazon of all people, then of course they're gonna apply US copyright law to the rest of the world. Like I assume a streamer in like Latin America, don't mind that. Like I assume a streamer in Latin America just straight up can't do what they would normally intend to do when they want to make a video based on copyright laws in their country. So they then gotta follow the shitty US copyright laws. And yes, as an American, I think our copyright laws suck ass. I was explaining my comment, copyright being differently applied to contents that can monetize. But yeah, like if as long as you're not profiting off, like even if you have like a fuck ton of viewers, if you're not making any cent off of what you're making, like if you genuinely just make content because you enjoy making content or you want to get out there to a large audience, then like yeah, like I see no reason why why copyright holders should complain about that kind of streamer, that kind of content creator. Like, if you're someone who's genuinely making, like monetization cash off of this, then, like, yeah, like you definitely should, at least clear it up with with the content owners to at least know if you can use their content. If not, then you're gonna have to go off the old, either make your own music or whatever, or basically just use like copyright royalty free type music, which is basically the music I'm using as the background music right now.
First exit.
Thank God for this 24/7 lo-fi stream on YouTube of copyright-free lo-fi music. Because if it wasn't for this, I would genuinely be like, well, enjoy the smooth sounds of the middle of nowhere of Europe. Which where the fuck am I right now? Actually, that's a really good question. I am in. Oh no, I'm still in I think I'm still in Latvia. I haven't even gotten anywhere near the end of the border. When I get to the first rest stop, when I have to get to the first rest stop in game, I'll probably then consider advertising the stream to the different platforms, because I completely forgot about that. I really wish Twitch would automate that. But granted, it at least lets me automate the process of just tweeting out my stream announcements. Granted, I did change the name of the stream slightly. Originally, I'd kind of planned for this to be a... let's see, my coffee is getting cold. Need to get back to it. Alright, Trinell. But, I really do wish that, fuck, what was I? Oh yeah, automating, like originally I had planned on this being a Rocket League stream, but after a while of about taking what I assume was like 7 straight L's in the game, I was like, I'm not feeling this game today. Like, there's days where you're definitely in the zone and you're like, man, I'm just ripping everybody a new one in this game. Like, I find it much easier for me to be in the zone when I play something like Fortnite even. Or if I play something like, hell, even when I play like Call of Duty or something, which I still wish I could stream like Modern Warfare 2 or something without the fear of being stream sniped or something by some random hacker. Granted, if I use like IW4X, I don't think that should be an issue for PC Modern Warfare 2, but I still prefer the old Xbox 360 version of it. It's just one of those things where it's like when you're deciding what it is you're gonna be making for the day, you know. Plus, on top of all that, with Rocket League, I just again, the game, like, there's games where when I play it all the way through, like, my brain just has difficulty focusing on both the game and the actual, like anything to say on stream, because it's like, if I say something, and then I cost my team in Rocket League the game, as has happened, I think, at least, I don't know, part of me also, like it's one of those games where I don't go hard in a game unless it's a game that like you can genuinely start getting, like, I don't know if it triggers something in the brain, but like when you're playing something and you get genuinely annoyed when like the game is not going in your favor. Like, I don't go full-blown rage, throw my controller at the floor, wall, or whatever, and then be like, oh, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. Like, the most that I'll do is just, like curse, which technically cursing is just part of my normal vocabulary, so it's kind of hard to tell when I'm angry and when I'm not angry, but... Or when I'm genuinely annoyed about something. But, I'm just gonna be straight with y'all. I genuinely didn't enjoy, you know, the 7 straight L's in Rocket League that I was getting, so I was like, I don't know, if I'm not feeling in the zone for this, I might as well switch to something else and do a completely different thing. By the way, if any of you have been keeping up in the last couple of streams, when I fucked up my leg a couple days ago, the legs improved significantly. I can at least, you know, bend my leg and everything now, and the giant, like scrape that I got on my right knee is just completely gone. Well, not completely gone, it's still at least it's not an oozing wound anymore. and I don't need to I don't need to go into further detail on how messy it looked after I fell, but it was an ugly looking scrape. I mean, I got scrapes on my on my right elbow too, but those weren't too serious. The one on my right knee was probably the worst one, but again, nothing like serious, just enough that I couldn't, you know, go out for my usual walks for about almost a week now. Should be able to go back to them tomorrow, but God, that was a bitch. And there's one thing I did notice while I was walking outside, because I usually, so normally when I work out, I'm one of those people that, based on the stuff they have to do during the day, and the time that normally leaves me to work out is usually like late at night, because that's usually the time I have available to set aside for that. You know, you gotta keep yourself in shape. You gotta look, you know, you gotta look presentable. Gotta be able to fit in just about any pair of clothing that you've got. So, you know, I'm working on my old figure again. I haven't done that since I was in high school, and fucking like while you're doing while you're doing that, like I normally do that at late at night. That's usually the time I prefer. Now, obviously, I know some people would say, well, if you go out late at night, you run the risk of getting mugged or something, or someone trying to stab you or something. I mean, in my area, it's pretty fucking safe. I think the worst thing that can happen to you in this area is probably getting bit by some crazy animal or something at like late at night. Now, granted, I'm not going like insanely late, like at midnight or something. I was originally going to a gym, but and I've still got the membership and everything. I just freeze the account because there's no way in hell I'm paying for a membership to a gym I can't access. Because the whole thing that happened to that gym was apparently it decided to set itself off into renovations, and the gym went on renovations, and I was using this place for quite some time. I was using this place since July. It's been a damn good gym for what I need it for, to just help me lose more weight. So, like, I'm not saying I'm a fat ass or anything, but I obviously like to stay in shape, obviously. So fucking, so I was going to this place regularly, and then I decided that I'm gonna, and then the owner, like a dumbass, decided, all right, I'm gonna set my gym to renovate, but I'm not gonna let everybody know when I'm intending to renovate. I'm just gonna say we're gonna renovate soon. So I went there one day, and it wasn't even open anymore. And I walk up and say, oh yeah, we're going to be under renovations until October 23rd, I think they said. So obviously that was a kick in the gonads, so I had to think of something else to do. So I've been working out outside again. Which one of the reasons why okay, I don't mind working out outside. I'm not someone who hates going outside. I just don't normally go outside frequently because of, everything I do in the day and all that requires me to not have to really go outside for anything except for, like, basic, for, like, errands and whatever basic shit. But, me go out for drinks or something, yeah, that just ain't me, bro. Maybe if I was a millennial, maybe that might be something that I would be doing, but, when I guess the real label would be Gen Z in this case. Well, even then, when you're at least if you're younger than a millennial, the last thing you really care about is having this wild urge to go out every single night. Like, I understand there's people that's like, I have to go out, I have to do something, I want to be outside, and I want to see the trees and touch the grass and fuck the fungi coming out of the ground. I don't know, whatever the fuck someone that has an addiction to going outside every single day does. But in my area of Florida in particular, the whole reason why I prefer not working out outside is because of how often it rains. At least in the summer. This summer in particular. I was originally working out outside. I'd never gotten a gym membership to any place before, but then when I decided to actually get one, the whole reason why I got one was because I was getting so fed up with the constant rain showers, and the rain showers were always happening in between like the usual. Oh, fuck you too, cop.
Keep right. Then
So anyways,
on the right.
So usually the constant rain showers would usually happen at the times when I'm able to actually go out and work out for a bit. And so it was like a constant struggle of me staring up into the sky, looking at my phone on the radar while also trying to listen to music over the radio while also trying to run at the same time. And then walk every now and then when I was getting too exhausted to keep on running. And I can run for quite a bit. In fact, the other day, the day I slipped and fucked up my knee, that was genuinely like me going for a good run. I don't know what, but my foot decided to not foot right and then just step off in like the worst area possible, and I slipped and my dumb ass fell on and hit the goddamn pavement. Alright, pigs, that's it. I'm getting annoyed with the speeding violations. Piss off. I got rice to deliver. If you don't like me delivering rice, then kiss my ass cheeks. I think I still got a good bit of distance left until my guy decides to kill over in the middle of the truck. I just realized that when I set all the companies in game to actual companies, I didn't realize how many gas stations I'm driving by that all just say Gazprom. Anyone not familiar with good old Gazprom? If I remember correctly, I think they are currently sanctioned by, I think, the EU or the US. I don't remember who sanctioned them. I think both probably. But I think they're both currently being sanctioned. I think Gazprom is currently being sanctioned by the West for it's a Russian natural gas company. For anyone curious about them. And if you're wondering how at least I bother to figure out all this type of shit, I read a good bit of shit on the internet. So yeah, apparently good old Gazprom can't do any actual business outside of Russia because of Russia's whole Ukrainian invasion that's still going on. I'm not sure why. Honestly, I think they should just give up at this point and just realize the fact that they couldn't do it. But I see old Vladdy boy is still persistent. Was that a commercial or was that a street sign? Well, I reached a place called Kaunas. Cow-nat. Sounds like cow-ass. I apologize to anyone from Kaunas, but I'm sorry, your city kind of sounds like cow-ass. At least that's what I've gotten from the pronunciation. It might be pronounced something else, Kaunas or something, I don't know. My Latvian, or I don't know if I've already reached Lithuania. I think I did reach Lithuania already, didn't I? If I did reach Lithuania, then I guess my Lithuanian is not very good. That I don't really. I could genuinely say I don't even know what Lithuanian even sounds like. Actually, I'd probably be able to hear what it sounds like if I turned on a Lithuanian talk radio station. But one thing I will say, I can probably use talk stations in the stream, because those are probably not at all. Those are definitely not protected by any sort of copyrights or anything if it's just people expressing their opinions over the airwaves. I will say, since I know that Europe, most of it is like 5 hours ahead from the east coast of the United States, because this is Eastern Standard Time where I'm at. Like, I know in the UK and like France, and I'm not sure about Spain. I think Spain is probably a slightly different hour, unless they change that. I remember hearing somewhere that Spain has a completely different time zone to what you'd think their time zone would be. And I think that was just because of the whole thing of the Franco dictatorship deciding to set Spain way back then to some other times. I don't know if they've already fixed that little issue with their time zoning, but if they didn't, then whatever. But for the most part, Europe tends to be at least like 5 hours ahead of where I'm at. So usually, I think by around, like, let me guess, by around, I think, like 3 a.m. our time, I think you should be able to tune into a European radio station and hear some kind of morning show over there. Some kind of US morning show over in Europe. Well, not US morning show, European morning show over here in the US. Hearing a morning show from over here, you ain't hearing one of those things until like 6 a.m. Some of these morning shows we got over here can range from like really good shit. Like sometimes you get like a DJ and their buddies that are able to actually, you know, have some kind of interesting shit to say in the morning. Or if you're like one of those really well recognized like radio stations where you've got like a your radio station is so well recognized that you even like stream over the air, and like you have like you're even able to bring in like top talent from like Hollywood or the music industry in for interviews and shit. Now, that's one thing. I think if I remember correctly, I think one of the only ones I think, and this is from what I've heard previously, I think the only talk show I guess I can think of that at least happens is the one that you hear on most hip hop stations was The Breakfast Club. That's it. That's the one I can think of where they get like big name like Hollywood and like music industry talent on, and then they interview them. But I think that's recorded in like one studio somewhere in, I don't know, New York or LA or something. I don't know where they record The Breakfast Club at, but they usually record it in one of these places, and then afterwards they pass the show recordings to every syndicated station across the country. And I don't know what company owns The Breakfast Club, but I feel like it has to be iHeartMedia or one of them. And then, because I know iHeartMedia owns like a chunk of the radio stations here in the U.S., like a big chunk of them. So usually, and this is kind of one of the stupid things that I find about iHeart radio stations, is that if you're in like New York, and then you go all the way over to Texas, and then somebody is in like California, all three of them could be hearing an iHeart station, and they're all playing the same exact thing at the same exact time. Like they could all be playing the same exact song at the same exact time. The only thing that changes is what time the morning show starts. But I feel like the morning show starts at like 6 a.m. in each of these three different places, and then afterwards it goes back to the same exact scheduled radio programming that everybody else is on. If that's one thing I do have to criticize about US radio, it's how repetitive some of the stations can get in terms of their song options. I don't know, me personally, I found the British BBC's radio stations, at least 1X and 2, I think was the BBC's, I think 1X and 2, I think are the ones that I remember hearing on what was it, TuneIn. Jesus fucking Christ! Hey, y'all got real crimes to stop instead of stopping some random trucker in the middle of a nowhere road? I got this big thing of rice on my truck's ass, you know, trying to get these bad boys over to Romania, and y'all are interrupting my journey. I feel like by the time I complete this journey, I'll probably have like 20 something thousand dollars in speeding fines. I could have probably taken a different job if I knew this was gonna be like a 20 something in-game hour drive, but man, fuck it. You ever sit there when you're driving and you look outside to the sides of the window and you think to yourself if there's some wild shit staring back at you in the middle of the dark woods? I get that sometimes when you're driving by like dark wooded areas like late at night and you can't really make out what's in them, but there's probably something in those woods. Well, at least here in Florida, mostly what you'll find in the woods is like raccoons or like I think you could probably find maybe a bear. I'm not too sure on the bears, but you could definitely find raccoons in the woods and squirrels. Maybe a gator. You'll definitely find a cottonmouth snake in there. And by the way, a cottonmouth snake is not something you want to encounter. Oh fuck, rain. Cottonmouth snakes are not something you want to encounter in person. In fact, on the day I fucked up my knee, I actually think I may have spotted one the other day while walking. Like obviously the first thing is you don't want to get near it, but the thing was in the middle of the road. It was just coiling itself up into like a circle. But it was like right in the middle of the road, far from where I was on the sidewalk. And I see this thing as I'm running, and so like my brain is like, nope, nope, snake, nope. I don't know what direction the thing was moving in, but I could tell the snake was still breathing and it was alive because it was moving around and shit. I mean, hopefully it didn't get run over by a truck, because it's usually one of the sad fates that happens to snakes here in Florida. Usually somebody drives over them. Of course, snakes are one of those animals where when someone is driving, it's really difficult to tell that a snake is in front of you, unless you could see it from a distance. And then at that point, you would have to carefully drive around it. But like in most cases with snakes, if it's like a really small snake and you're just driving your car but you can't see like way down at the bottom, or you didn't check the bottom of the street, then you wouldn't see the snake and you'd probably run over the snake, but you wouldn't even tell either because it's not a large bump that your car would do. From what I do remember, I think the recent hurricane, well, when it flooded a couple of different parts of Florida, I think some people have also mentioned that some of the wildlife got pushed around to different sections, to different parts of the state. Like, normally you wouldn't be finding, like, at least in this area, you wouldn't be seeing a cottonmouth / water moccasin snake just lying there in the middle of the street. Normally, if that happens, the thing is just lost, but, I mean, given the recent hurricane, I'm almost certain the hurricane probably pushed it out there. Because I know there was a couple of flooded areas nearby, but I'm almost certain that snake probably got, you know, was in the floodwaters, and it probably just ended up being there. I mean, when I did walk past the area later, when I was turning around and coming back in the same direction, I didn't see the snake anymore, so I'm gonna assume it probably went off into the woods. I don't think something ran over it, because I would have already seen the snake's corpse just lying there. And I have seen snake corpses of how they end up if something runs them over. That's a very common sight every now and then. Of course, it's usually, I think, they're called rat snakes. Like, it's a really thick black snake with a very tiny neck and head. Like, it's hilarious. It's like the joke of the huge man with a tiny head, or the shrunken head man. I'm already thinking of that. I'm already thinking of that scene from Billy and Mandy with I think it was Billy going to some kind of bazaar or something where they were selling all sorts of weird items, and one of the shop owners was this like huge muscular dude with a tiny head. And I feel I remember correctly, I think Billy was trying to search for a shrunken head or something. And he just ironically came up to a gigantic muscular man with a very tiny head. I really don't know why this truck's changing lanes if we're both going on the same fuck it, whatever. Białystok. Okay, I think I'm in Poland now. I have to be in Poland. Because I know Lithuania is not that big of a country, so I don't think, oh crap, oh. Oh, very nice. I did take up 2 whole lanes, but that's okay. I didn't run over anybody. I didn't crash into anything, so you know, crisis has been averted. I do need to find a rest stop.
Keep right, then turn right.
Alright.
Navigation resumed.
That's okay, you don't need to rework the navigation. I just need to get to the rest stop, which should be, I think, here. There you are.
Navigation resumed.
Yep, there you are. Perfect. All right, gotta get some Z's in the game. Make sure my dude doesn't kill over from the long ass drive. All right, just a sec. Appreciate the lovely nature of I think this is Poland. Well, that's not nature, but just appreciate it for a sec while I shamelessly plug the game change on this. Oh, this looks more naturey. There you go. Look at that nature. Look at that beautiful whatever. Man, they really, man, I really gotta find a way to automate this process. Should be here. Plug it there. I gotta plug it in here. And then there, and then the last two. Again, this process is tedious as fuck, but I mean, hey, it gets the job done. I gotta make that bigger. Actually, no, I gotta take that. Now I just gotta go onto here. Perfect. That should do it. Alright. Let's get this bad boy finished. Managed to shamelessly plug again. Just gotta take this bad boy, reverse the fuck out of it, and get the fuck out of wherever the hell it is I am. Okay, turn off the windshield wipers, thank you. That's okay, game. I don't need another nap. Otherwise, I'd just be napping on the job. It's amazing how this early in the morning... Oh, it's a Friday in the game. I expected more people on the road, though. I really wish I could turn right on red, but I can't do that in Europe, apparently. One of the sad aspects of Euro Truck Sim 2. What light? Oh, fuck, I'm green. Fuck. I can already hear Mr. Aziz from Spider-Man 2 screaming "Go!" at me as I'm trying to, as I'm sitting there with the green light, not actually moving my big truck and its big butt cheeks out of the way. Whoa, where am I at this point? I gotta check. No, I don't want to go on. No. I don't want to go on convoys. No game. I'm in East Poland from the looks of things. All right, so we still got some distance. Still got some good distance between me and whatever the hell place wants this giant thing of rice. What does my truck even look like? I ain't even got a cool ass company or anything. I just look like two random green trailers sitting on the back of this Iveco truck, or Iveco, or whatever the fuck you pronounce this company's name as. And I will say, at least in terms of geographical diversity, or I guess geological diversity, I think it's geographical in this case. Well, either way, in case of the diversity of the land, I will say Europe kind of looks very similar throughout most of these parts. At least in American Truck Sim, you got the big deserts out in the west, and then once you start getting into like Idaho and like well, I'm assuming in the new Montana DLC, like shit starts getting all like foresty with mountains and shit. I can only assume that Montana and American Truck Sim in the new DLC probably looks similar to how Montana looked in Far Cry 5. I will say, Far Cry 5, for all its imperfections, at least the one thing that I absolutely adored about it was how picturesque the landscape looked. Like, you could almost feel like you're out in the middle of nowhere, Montana, with a bunch of crazy people trying to shoot you because you don't believe in their weird cult leader. I never fully understood why. I mean, granted, I took a course on religion in college. Not a religion course as in you would learn all the different types of religion there are. That's a completely separate religion course. But this is just a course that explained how. Because I was taking it as an elective for my major, because I needed some kind of elective for one of my two majors. and this was one of the options I could take for an elective that fit into the I think it was supposed to be like a social sciences elective. So I took this, and they explained that literally you could turn anything into a religion. Like literally anything. If you suddenly just if someone saw some wild shit, or someone did some crazy shit or something, and someone was witness to it, or not even if someone was witness to it, if you yourself was witness to it, you could technically like create your own religion just by saying, see, I saw this and it was a divine gift from some kind of holy power or some shit that brought glory or something to our people. But then out of that same exact formula, you can also craft a cult out of it, apparently, from what I learned in that class. Good chorus, by the way. Okay, this is the loudest of these lo-fi songs I've gotten, and I've got the volume set to low on that station. Fuck are these dudes doing? Oh god, it's a cop. I don't want another 2,000 euro speeding ticket again. But yeah, apparently you can forge your own religion. You just gotta have the right know-how and a really long, like a really expansive reach when it comes to people. You gotta know a bunch of people and then like convince them that what you know or what you've seen is the only way to go, or else life just won't be complete for them, apparently, or they won't get to the promised land or the whatever. It's usually some kind of it's usually like a very set formula. But depending on how someone does it, you can branch off into being a legitimate religion, or then going off into full-blown cult territory. Wonderful. Spectacular. Okay, I'm getting closer and closer to Warsaw at this point, according to that sign. I may not know Polish, but I know Warsaw was supposed to be the Polish pronunciation of Warsaw. Oh, look, cows. For a second there, I thought when I looked back, I was like, "Ooh, look, cows!" And then I rammed straight into that concrete barrier. Not a good way to take in the picturesque European, rural European scenery, but you know, this is another reminder of you should always pay attention to the road. For if you do not do that, you will end up, you know, uncomfortably connecting with your local concrete barrier. Look at them. Ain't they wonderful? Look at those cows. They ain't got no worries out there. All they have to do is just eat shit and then eat again. Well, eat shit, and sleep. Granted, that is also kind of technically what humans do, except there's a couple other things that get mixed into the formula. Pork chop. What's poppin', corn? Oh, not much, pork chop. I'm just getting this job done in Euro Truck Sim 2. Originally, this started off as a Rocket League stream, but like I mentioned earlier, Rocket League just wasn't cutting it today. I was getting those L's back to back. I don't know if it was me that was sucking or if it was my teammates that were sucking. I was scoring probably the only goals on the team, and I was just like, you know what, this ain't happening. But at least that last game where I was with that, where I was on a duo with another dude, like at least we won that. Granted, I think I scored about 3 of the 4 goals that were scored, but you know what? At least it was a win. It was a 4-2 win, and I'm proud of that. Even though I wish that the other 7 to 8 previous games were dubs, but you know. Of course, usually when you get in one of those situations where you're just like, this game is giving me a headache and I don't know what else to do, you're just like, you just need to turn the game off and go somewhere else. Like, I'm not like, okay, this is one of those things I've always heard from people that always, like, there's people that say that if you play something like Dark Souls, for example, and you're not very good at the game, or you die a lot, but you still manage to finish the game. It just took forever to actually finish the entirety of the game because you kept dying a lot, which is something that happens to me in Dark Souls. And then, like, granted, I'm no, oh, there you go. Granted, I'm not terrible at Dark Souls, but I'm not what I would consider very good. But granted, also, I'm not a big fan of the whole medieval setting that Dark Souls is going on. I've never been a whole fan of the whole knights and armor and horses and shit. Just never have been. That's why you'll never see me playing something like Chivalry or hell, even Elder Scrolls. And I just can't get into the whole thing of knights and dragons and dungeons and shit. It's just never been my thing. But fucking, like, I found Sekiro to be more of my thing. And like I don't know why the whole samurai, like the whole ancient Japanese samurai aesthetic, it really helps the game a lot in my opinion. Plus also because I think the combat system, it just feels a lot more fluid than it felt when I was playing Dark Souls. But there's those people that say, like, I don't get why they, like, whoa, almost hit that guy. I don't know why I hit the accelerator, but there's people that say, oh, why do they gotta make games easier these days when like they can make them harder? Like, yeah, granted, back then games were harder back then, but that's also because they were limited based on what their engine's capabilities were at the time. But you know, obviously with advances in technology, obviously, like now when you play something, like, it might feel a lot easier, or maybe it's also because when you experienced the game, you experienced it as a child, so obviously the mind of a child doesn't process things as easily as an adult's mind. Well, actually, there's probably a few adults that can't process jack shit, to be honest. But those are rare exceptions among adults. The average adult should be able to process something completely different to how they processed it when they were a child. So, like, obviously, if you thought a certain game was really hard when you were a child, then you go back to it when you're older, and then you're like, this is easy as fuck. Why was this so hard back then? Like if there's a few games where I can genuinely say, like, they had a good bit of difficulty in their old versions, and then modernized, and when they modernized themselves, they got significantly easier. I would say that would go to the very first Destroy All Humans. Like, the original one, because I played the original one when I was a kid on my PS2. Like, there was the one mission where you had to escort the nuke throughout the fake Area 51 in-game. And I distinctly remember how much I hated that mission because everything was shooting at you as you're trying to protect this nuke. But it's kind of hard to protect the nuke when you can't pick up anything with your mind and throw it at them while also flying. Like, you have to aim from below, and then at the same time you're taking hits from every direction, and the truck's also getting shot at, so either you die, and when you die the mission restarts from the beginning. But if the truck blows up, then you have to restart again, so you're put in this really, really awful position where you're like, you can't die, and you can't let the truck blow up, and the journey from getting the truck all the way into the base is insanely long. Like it was like I get it. It was a thing of gaming from back then, which in the remake of Destroy All Humans, that mission, it's still a headache, but it's nowhere near as difficult as it was in the original, especially since the remake added checkpoints, so at least when you die, you just respawn in nearby instead of having to go back to the main menu and then start the whole mission again from the start. But someone said, do we really need to make games easier for audiences? Oh man, I was just throwing myself into a similarly awful escort type mission level in Splatoon 2 Octo expansion. Escort missions are absolutely one of the worst design missions in terms of gameplay. Like, I understand every now and then games want to put one escort mission to sort of, I guess, diversify the gameplay, so at least you're, like, every mission doesn't, like escort quests and fetch quests, I would say, are two of the worst like level designs I've ever seen for missions in games. Like when you get an escort quest, like you gotta make sure that the idiot or the object that you're escorting doesn't blow up or get killed in the process, while also trying to avoid getting killed yourself. But then if it's like a fetch quest, you go to like you're at point A, you get to point B, get the thing, fight some dudes, come back to point A, and then you get cutscene at point A that's like, congrats, you have completed the mission. Very good job. Here is your next fetch quest. Like fetch quests and fucking escort quests are absolutely horrible. The infamous girl power station, where you basically have to protect an orb from an onslaught of sanitized octolings who wield all the weapons a player can, and also not die yourself. Like that's literally like the nuke mission from Destroy All Humans in the original one on the PS2. Like it was already bad enough that Destroy All Humans didn't let you like PK or we'll use your, well, it's the game's whole way of referring to telekinesis, just psychokinesis. It's basically same shit, just with a different name. But like you couldn't lift stuff in Destroy All Humans and fly at the same time up until I think it was Path of the Furon that did that, and that was like a PS3 Xbox 360 game that finally decided to actually implement that. But the first two Destroy All Humans had none of that. So like just fighting the army, because it's worse when they didn't even send you like basic cops to shoot at you and Destroy All Humans. They send you the fucking army. On top of that, well, I mean, you are in a military base, but still, you're fighting the army with tanks and all sorts of like insane shit shooting at you as you're trying to defend this nuke truck, because they're onto you immediately. I was like, I think in total I died about 4 times doing that mission when I was a kid. I think I was like sweaty as fuck by the end of it, because I was just really hoping, oh god, don't blow up, don't blow up. I just need you to get to this area and not blow up. And it didn't blow up, thankfully, but oh god, the fourth, that was that I can genuinely say that mission can go fuck itself. But in the remake, it got significantly easier with a whole checkpoint system and being able to like lift things up into the air as you're flying. Like, that made things so much more smoother. Yeah, you still at least die maybe once in that mission, because every now and then somebody gets you while you're trying to fight, back. But it's still not as headache inducing as the original. But like, ironically, it's way easier to not focus on defending the orb, but instead spawn camp the octolings. Like it's hilarious when like sometimes you gotta resort to abusing exploits in the game in order to be able to pass like really hard missions. This reminds me of when I was playing the Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet game. Because it's one of the, in my honest opinion, it's one, I guess, one of the few good things about SAO. But honestly, the game, the Fatal Bullet, the only thing that makes it different from every other SAO game is that it kind of doubles itself as a sort of RPG third-person shooter-y sort of thing. But anyways, there's one mission where it makes you go through well, after I think you have to complete like a certain part, like a certain chunk of the game, and then it asks if you want to experience the game through Kirito mode, which it sounds about as enjoyable. It's about as enjoyable as it sounds, which is very little, next to none. So you go into this mode, and it only lasts at least like an hour or two, depending on how long it takes for you to complete the missions. And you take like the fake woman version of Kirito from the second season of SAO, and you're supposed to like go through essentially the anime story within the game itself, but it's like a switched up version to fit the canon of the games. I still laugh how like SAO canon ranges between the light novel and the anime, and then there's the video game canon, which apparently all of them are connected to each other, but they have nothing to do with the main anime, but yeah, they pull things from the main anime every now and then. But at the end of it, the last boss fight is supposed to be against, like, the main villain from, like, the first half of SAO2, which is supposed to be Death Gun, which I will say he's one of the silver linings of that entire fucking season, aside from Xenon, but at least his design in particular is what I absolutely liked. He was pulling off that bargain bin Kylo Ren look with a skull for a face instead of the freaky looking Kylo Ren mask. But anyways, his boss fight at the end of Kirito mode sucked so much ass because this man could one-hit kill you. I mean, granted, I know it's in his dumbass name, but still, he could just insta-kill you half the time, especially when, like, even if you're, like, at level, like, 90-something, or, like, level 100, he could still insta-kill you. And that was insanely annoying, so what I found to be the best trick was to just glide. It was to use, like, the grappling hook in the game and get up to, like, a certain point on, like, some cargo, like some cargo, like, boxes and shit, and just simply, like, some cargo storage containers. Just get up there. Apparently Death Gun can't reach you from the bottom. Like, he can't, like, even if he shoots at you, his bullets will never be able to reach you because he can't get up that high. And he can't grapple up there either. Even though he can grapple, but he can't get up there. So, like, and since you're playing as, the fake woman version of Kirito, like, you only get a sword and a gun. And well, a sword and a pistol. And so I'm sitting up here with this weak-ass pistol, just repeatedly shooting at Death Gun in the face, and this took about 30 minutes to do, over and over again, and I had to make sure he couldn't run off too far, so I had to constantly keep aiming at him repeatedly so he wouldn't run off into a distance, because if he ran off to a certain area, he would just regenerate his health and the process would start all over again. That shit got me the first 2 times. But after I kind of got the hang of his, like, movement patterns, I was able to finally kill him after like 30 minutes of repeatedly shooting at him with a pistol. And his health just went by so slowly, like a Deathclaw in Fallout when you're fighting it at, like, level 8. In this specific mission, the inactive Octolings are actually close enough to the stage that you can shoot them to activate them earlier. Which tells me this might be the intended strat. I feel like that might actually have been the intended strategy, Porkchop. Like, they actually probably made it in such a way where they probably wanted the audience to figure out how to cheese through the mission. Like, they don't want you to think, like how you would traditionally think. They want you to think in like what they would consider a dirty tactic sort of way, I guess if that makes sense. They were like, you can get past this, but you have to think outside of the box. Which, again, if your mindset is to think of a really, like, insanely stupid way to pass a mission that normally doesn't fit into the general gameplay vibe, I mean, I guess I give them something for trying something different, but like you gotta be, like, on big brain mode to be able to find this out. And as far as I'm aware of, Splatoon is supposed to be a game that can also be played by children, so I can't even imagine some kid's frustration trying to figure that out as they're playing through the game. Unless they somehow figure it out. Because I met some kids in Fortnite on some of the fucking creative servers that I've been on for XP, that I could hear them in the general chat when they're talking to each other, and one of them actually figured out like some exploit you can do with health items. Granted, this sounded like some kind of older kid, so he might have been like 11 years old or something, but either way, like maybe some kids can figure out, you know, how to do exploits in games, right? I mean, hell, I knew how to do exploits in really old games that I was playing back in my day, but, like, for the most part, Octo Expansion has a very open world map, and you can skip a level you're having trouble with, though you get a crappy fake version of the reward. I hate when levels do that. You go through this entire, like, really long, like level or something that was, like, a complete, like, headache to go through, and then the reward you get at the end just sucked ass. Like, it's kind of like, like, it's the developer's way of flipping off the player by saying, we made you go through all this dumb shit just to get a really shitty item. Like, I've played a couple of games where I know they do that. I think New Vegas does that as well at some point, but it's like a very minor thing. For the most part, most of the guns you get in New Vegas are actually worth a damn. it was explicitly designed to be much harder than the base game because it's DLC. Well, yeah, I get that part. Like, obviously, like there's developers that make whole like insanely hard challenge DLCs. Like, that's another thing. Like those, I can understand you making like an optional DLC that's like really hard, if the audience like wants to experience the like a more of an extra challenge. I don't think there's too much risk of kids stumbling into Octo expansion blind and getting slaughtered. Well, yeah, especially if it's DLC. Like, I think that's one of the easiest ways to kind of separate the player base. When you already market something as DLC, like, you already know that like, most of the people playing DLCs are probably going to be, like, older audiences that are able to actually get the DLCs. Because then, like, obviously with kids, it ranges on which ones they were able to get the DLC. Like, I know when I was a kid, one of the headaches was getting DLCs for Call of Duty for like, map packs and shit. I think I've only done that once with one Call of Duty when I was a kid, and that was World at War. That's because I absolutely adored World at War. That was on the 360. Well, no, not the 360. That was the PS3 version. I didn't get the 360 version until later. I started off with the PS3 version of World at War. Then, lo and behold, when I get the game on PC, years later, I realized that, yeah, there was already all those maps included in the base game. Which, again, I still applaud Activision for having done that with a game as old as that, but, like, damn. Now, granted, when I got those DLCs, that was a long, long time ago. But, like I mentioned before about games getting easier, like, there's some people that were saying, like, oh, is it okay if games get easier, if games have modes that enable, like easy mode for people that suck generally at games? And I genuinely am of the mindset, it's like, you know, if a game that's hard wants to have an easy mode, then let them have an easy mode. Especially if it's a game where, where there's an important story or plot to it, and there's people that just don't give two shits about going through the entirety of the gameplay process and just want to pay attention to the story. Like, I get it. Some people will say, well, then why are you playing the game if you could just watch the cutscenes online or something? Which I get that, but there's some people who probably still said, you know, I want to buy the game and, you know, I want to experience the game firsthand, but I don't want to go apeshit trying to fight something in the game. Which, again, I can understand that as well. That's I guess one of the few things that I remember that I've heard about for, like, and one of the few things I can genuinely give some kind of applause to for a game like Last of Us Part 2 is the accessibility of the game. And what I mean by that is the ability of changing so many settings in the game to where you just where you can play the game like a game and, you know, go through it with an actual challenge to it. Oh shit, I'm leaving Poland now. Like, you can play the game with an actual challenge to it, or you can play the game and not have any actual challenge and instead play like a really like easy version of the game for someone who's actually paying attention to the god-awful story of Last of Us Part 2. My concern is more that easy modes take development time and resources to make. Like, well, even then, like making an easy mode for a game, like, I get it. If your game is very heavy on story, like, yeah, like an easy mode is a very understandable thing to implement within the game, because you're definitely gonna want to, you know, you're definitely gonna want audiences to pay attention. Like, obviously, like, if you're good, if you're someone who's got like the ability to play a game through on a more higher difficulty setting, you can still experience the story and enjoy the challenge of the gameplay. But obviously there's people, mostly IGN writers, that can't seem to really get far in games without having an easy mode set up. Or, like, even then, like, even if it's not like the really shitty reviewers, like that one dude who gave like Doom Eternal a bad review because apparently he couldn't get past like a certain section of the game because he sucked that bad with it. But like there's like I'm fully aware that there's some people that genuinely want to experience a game at their own pace instead of having to, you know, go through a whole like complicated like gameplay loop and all that. And obviously that there's people that that work a lot during the day, Like, even in the case of adults, there's adults that have to work during the day, and then when they come back from work, they get a very limited amount of time to themselves, so this is usually how they probably want to... If they want to get through a game, but they don't want to go through the headache of fighting, like, an insanely difficult bunch of enemies and shit, like, I can understand implementing something like that. Like, if your game is naturally hard on its own, but, like, that's what your game's, like, hardcore player base goes for, then just keep going what makes you money. You don't have to have an easy mode in a game like that. But, like if games want to do that, that's their thing. And I applaud them for doing that. But if a game is hard naturally and it wants to be hard because it knows that's what attracts its player base to it, like in the Souls-type games, then that's fully understandable. Something like Dark Souls, a very open RPG whose core conceit is mechanical challenge, is already very hard to balance. Adding more difficulties is a lot of effort better spent on making the existing content better. Well, yeah, like I mentioned, like if you're gonna have a game like Dark Souls and your core player base prefers the game in its normal traditional difficulty setting, then there's no point in changing the way the formulas worked. If the formula's been working for so long, you don't fix it if it was never broken. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, like, I applaud From Software for keeping the same exact formula across every single Dark Souls game. The only thing they've been changing is obviously things like setting, the story. If in my case, I don't think I ever paid attention to the story, but well, the story has been updated, the graphics have been updated, the combat system has definitely been upgraded, especially in the case of Sekiro. Holy crap, that combat system was, in my honest opinion, it was just amazing. Like, fighting something felt like it was a smooth process. Like, I still died a lot, but, you know, it didn't feel like I was like this big hulking thing of armor trying to fight another big hulking thing of armor or a dragon or some shit. But instead I was like this like lightweight like samurai guy fighting a bunch of hulking things in armor. In other words, as usual, journalists are wrong. Well, that's just a given. Like, my genuine, honest opinion on journalists, as someone who studied journalism, which is an interesting thing, I studied journalism. Well, it was part of my media communication major, so it was just added to the broad spectrum of media communication. Journalism is one of those things where it's like I get it. I studied it myself. Like, I know at least how to be able to write an article and, you know, proofread it and get it and make sure that it's all in a correct format to where audiences can read it. The only problem I have with journalism is when journalism starts getting into the range of like you're writing more based on your opinion instead of just telling me the basic shit that I need to know of what happened. Like, if something happened, I just need to know what happened. I don't give a shit like who viewed it a certain way or who did it a certain way or how it was in this way based on these guys' mindset of how this works. Like, I just want to know what happened, why it happened, and where it happened, when it happened, and how it happened. That's all I need to know. Like, I don't want to know like the journalist's personal input on the matter or the organization's personal input on the matter. Honestly, I think people who weren't there when Dark Souls got big don't understand why it became famous as the hard game of the era. I think I hit something. Oh, yeah, I hit the side. Oops. But, no, I remember when Dark Souls had come out. Like, I was younger when Dark Souls, I think I was in high school when that game came out. Like, I remember when the game came out, everybody was talking about how big of a deal Dark Souls was because it was like the hard game of the time. Like, people were like, I don't think they were comparing it to Devil May Cry in terms of difficulty, but, like for its time, it was the hard game of the PS3, Xbox 360 era. Dark Souls is far from the hardest game of the 2000s, but, oh, shit, I went the wrong way. That can be fixed. Have to break a few traffic laws, but what's Eastern Europe without breaking traffic laws? Dark Souls is far from the hardest game of the 2000s, but it was one of the only games at the time that focused on the mechanically difficulty with a few numeric methods of bypassing that challenge. Everything was going hard on watered down RPG elements at the time. I remember when the game came out, everybody was praising, well, aside from the game's difficulty, people were praising the whole way that the gameplay mechanics functioned. Like yeah, there was some minor RPG-ish sort of elements in Dark Souls, but the main focus of the game was like you get into a world, you explore this mildly open world, and you know you got to figure out how to get through the end of the level, and also everything that tries to fight you along the way will sometimes be able to one-hit kill you if you're not paying attention. Like, it's essentially a game where you actually have to pay close attention to what you're doing. And the game does at least let you try over and over and over again every single time you die.
Keep left.
But
Turn left.
you know, it was at least a gameplay formula that works. Like, it's not a game that severely punishes you by basically giving you lives or something. But it's a game that, you know, that when you die, you at least can try again. And, you know, until you eventually get the whole pattern down, right? But it's not an easy process. It's not a game that's trying to make things like ultra easy for the player to figure out how to do this. You have to figure it out on your own as you're doing things. The game does give you all the freedom in the world to... Hold on a sec, I have to recalculate the route again, because, of course, there's always an accident halfway through the actual game itself. New avoid... I don't need to go there, so I need to go here. Alright, that should do it. But yeah,
Navigation resumed.
like, what I mean specifically on games, like if your game has been made a certain way for so long, and that's what worked on your game, just keep making it that way. Like, if your game is like a new IP or something and you want to, like, if your game is like a new IP, or if it's something like a shooter or something that's always had difficulty settings in place, then, you know, keep doing what you've always been doing. Like, hell, like some people, like I said, that one guy from... I forgot what fucking company it was. The one dude who gave Doom Eternal the bad review because he said it was too hard because he couldn't get past that one... I forgot what level he was at, but... For me, I remember when I played through Doom Eternal, and I was playing it on, I think it's supposed to be the thing above... It's, fuck, it was... No, there's no way in hell I can play it on Ultra Nightmare. That's just masochistic at that point. It's Ultra Violence, I think it was, which I think is like the game's equivalent of hard mode or something. I remember when I played through Doom Eternal on this mode, and for me that was just an area that you just glanced by, and someone actually had the gameplay of that dude playing through that level. He got stuck on like one of the hell landscapes, and he didn't know what plasma cannon ammo was. So he's just kind of sitting there like thinking it's some kind of special pickup item when it's just ammo. I genuinely feel like some of the people that get hired as journalists for companies like IGN or Polygon or something, or Kotaku, just genuinely have no idea about what games are. And these are the people that are just like, I'm here to fill out a diversity quota and that's about it. And then they get there and then they're asked, hey, right, can you please do a good review on, I don't know, this new id game that came out? They play it and they're like, this is too hard for me. I can't get past this one area. And then meanwhile, people that actually play games, like most of us watching this stream right now, or myself, like we would just be like, this is just easy shit that you just like jump over at any point in the game. Like, this wasn't a very difficult task. Like, I think the only hardest moments I recall in Doom Eternal was Ancient Gods Part 1's final boss. Like, that shit was fucking insane. But it's still not the hardest thing I ever experienced in a game, but that genuinely was like one of those things that leaves you with leave you scratching your head after each death. It's like, how the fuck did I die? Felt like games were getting really obnoxiously hand-holdy, probably because developers were scared of players not seeing everything they put work into. This was the environment that also made BioShock's big twist about linearity impactful, and I'm not sure people who weren't around at the time can get it. And this is and in terms of BioShock, because I'm someone that played BioShock long ago well, I didn't play it on the 360. I played it when it finally came to the PS3 because I was a PS3 kid back in the day. up until I got a 360 when after I think I remember I got a 360 after the PSN hack happened, because I was genuinely concerned that like that would happen again, and I didn't want to go a bunch of days without, you know, being able to actually play anything, because I had a laptop at the time, but it was a laptop that could barely run TF2. So, you know, I didn't want to go through that dumb experience again back then. So then I got a 360. But the original version of BioShock I played was the PS3 version. If there's one thing I appreciated about a game like that, now, like, I will say BioShock, for even on its hardest difficulty, still does not feel that hard. And I've played BioShock on every difficulty available. Like, the very easy difficulty is self-explanatory. And with Vita Chambers turned on, it's insanely easy. Like, Vita Chambers, I feel are like BioShock's hand-holding method. Like, even if you're playing on the insane difficulty, which is like the hardest difficulty in the game, the Vita Chambers just completely make the game like a complete cakewalk. Because like every time you die, you would just respawn at one of these things, but you wouldn't necessarily like the game wouldn't necessarily end when you died when you died in game. Like if you turn off Vita Chambers, then yeah, the game becomes if you turn off the Vita Chambers, then yeah, the game becomes a little bit more on the difficult side of things, but it's still not what I would call an insanely difficult game. But its way of handling, you know, its gameplay and its story at the same time, incorporating like the entirety of its gameplay based around its storytelling. Like, it wasn't a game that was just directly telling you what was going on. Like, as you played the game, you would figure out, you know, eventually what the hell is going on in the game and why you're there and why anything means anything that in terms of what you're doing. Like, I remember when I was younger, just being awestruck by the fact that when I first played this game, I was like, man, this is some insanely good game development. Like, just the fact that the game is not blatantly telling you, like what exactly your whole purpose is and what you're doing. It's just like you are here in this place, and you have you crash into your plane crashes, and you end up in this place that you don't know of, with some people that are not the friendliest of people, and you basically have to get your way through this place without, you know, getting slaughtered, essentially. Okay, this is the worst designed rest stop I've ever seen. There's nothing for me to park my truck at. I feel like it wasn't even designed for trucks. And I think I just wasted a bunch of in-game time trying to figure out how to park there. And I get another speeding ticket. Thanks, cops. I never really thought of that as a thing BioShock and Dark Souls had in common, but they were definitely big innovators in environmental storytelling. Just in very different ways. Like, yeah, how would I put this? So, like, when you're making something with a story, like when a game tries to just tell you the story blatantly, like what's going on, why you should hate this guy, and why you should, like, what your purpose is, like sometimes there's games that can execute some of these elements right, but then there's other games that are just like, here, let me explain to you all this story that you should have been able to figure it on your own, but we just decided not to let you do that, and instead we just tell you everything. Like, the game just spoon feeds you the whole story. Like, I don't know, I don't like it when games do that, because like I feel like the game questions your intelligence as a player. Like, it thinks like oh, our audience is too dumb to comprehend the story, therefore like we're gonna just simplify everything and just tell you outright why you're supposed to be here, what you're doing, who you are, and why you're not supposed to like the people that you don't like, according to the game's story. But then when a game like doesn't tell you what's going on, but it shows you what's going on and you figure things out as you go along, like, that's a much more effective way of just being able to tell the audience that, you know, like like it's an effective way of telling the audience that obviously like there's something going on here, but you need to figure that out. because not only is the character figuring that out, you, the audience, also figures that out, because by the time you reach like a climax in the story, like the climax in the story, then you're gonna be like, it makes sense now. It all makes complete sense. Just like it's literally like how things would work in real life when you're trying to figure something out. Unless obviously somebody tells you what happened in some situation. For the most part, it's like detective work. You're just figuring out why something happened. It's like one of the reasons why I kind of enjoyed LA Noire when I was younger. Like the game has its fair share of flaws, but in terms of the way it told, you know, its story, obviously you're a detective trying to do detective work, but the game wasn't spoon-feeding you information on what the hell was going on. It was just like giving you snippets of things going on in the past and the things going on in the present day. Well, 1947 present day, I guess, but it's like giving you snippets of information. And then you, as a detective in the game, you have to figure out, you know, what all this means as you're progressing through the story, while also trying to figure out the information of each case that you're in the middle of, and also trying to figure out, you know, like, it's like, why do I need to do this, or like, why did this person die, or why was this house set on fire and these people were killed? And then at the same time also figuring out like Cole Phelps's entire backstory, and then figuring out his story outside of the LAPD. Like it's an insanely well written game. Like, that's one thing I genuinely give credit to when games know how to do their writing well, is how they execute the writing. Because it's one thing to have a good story, but it's also another thing to have a good story that's been properly executed in a game. And then obviously there's the gameplay and the graphics and the technical things. Because like if we're talking about games that had decent stories but just, you know, really bad execution, I would say probably Cyberpunk 2077 is one of those cases. Like, the story's not something that's like fucking Game of the Year worthy, but you know, it's a pretty decent story. Only problem is that the game that originally was carrying that story was not up to par. Well, up until recently, but when it finally, you know, finally got fully fixed, and even though there's still some bugs left, at least, you know, it's a much more playable game than it was before. But it's one of those cases where you're like, this could have been like infinitely better, but there's always that one aspect of the game that ruins the whole game. But in terms of like the easy factor of games and hand holding that games tend to do, like, I don't want a game to be hand holdy to the extreme, where it's just like, press A to do this, go here, go there, do this, talk to this guy who will tell you all about this, do all, like, it makes, like, it feels like the game is questioning your intelligence as an audience, which I know Call of Duty tends to do that very often, because I mean, it's Call of Duty. I don't think you need to use 100% of your brain to actually understand what's going on in Call of Duty. But when you're playing something else that's not like a linear shooter, obviously you don't want the game to hold your hand and tell you what the hell is going on every minute. Okay, these sleeping violations are absolutely stupid. I know it's available. I know it's something that can be turned on and off in the settings, but this is, I guess, goes back to one of those difficulty things. Like in this case, I guess the sleeping violations are like, well, you couldn't find any place to sleep. Well, apparently the GPS sucked ass and can't find any place for me to sleep. The only thing that immediately comes to mind is Yick, a postmodern RPG. Well, like a game that holds your hand, or a game that gives you absolutely no hand-holding whatsoever? It's like, I can only think of, like, games that I can genuinely think of that never hold your hand in anything. At least would, like, from the ones I've played, would be something like the original Fallout RPG. Because that game, at the base, just tells you what it is you're supposed to do at the beginning. It's like, get this chip and bring it back. But then the game is like, the game's one quest is get water purification chip, bring it back to your vault. But the game doesn't tell you how you're supposed to proceed to getting it. Like, it just tells you get from this vault to this vault, but the journey comes from how you get to this vault, because there's a whole bunch of other shit that opens up as you try and get near the vault. And obviously you get attacked by random shit throughout the game, and then you get killed at the very beginning of the game. Because it ain't the first Fallout if you're not dying at the very beginning. A very good story idea told awfully. Oh yeah, like, in terms of like Like it's always such a shame when you have a game that had an insanely good story, but the game itself just sucks so many dicks that obviously like you couldn't experience the story the way it was meant to be experienced because the developers didn't seem to really, you know, go all out on properly well, even then I can't I can't fully blame the developers in certain games instances. Like in the case of Cyberpunk, I can't fully blame the developers for the game being unfinished at launch because like I'm almost certain that they themselves knew that this game is unfinished, but CD Projekt Red's shareholders wanted this game out already, and well, that shareholder money is absolute gold to these guys. So they were like, "All right, sure, we'll get it out for our shareholders." But as I've always said, like I get it. Video games are a business, and obviously, you know, a business has to do what it takes to survive itself. But when you put CEOs and like corporate suits to decide, you know, what is good and what is not good for gaming, you end up with some really brain dead decisions when it comes to games. You end up with games that try to mix in the business aspect with the gameplay aspect, and this is how you end up with shit like microtransactions or just EA's entire legacy up to now. Like if you're not what is described as a gamer, why the hell are you even getting involved in the process of making games? Like the only non-gamers that should get involved in the gaming process is literally the writers themselves if they don't give two shits about gaming, but they still want, you know, their story to be told in some kind of, you know, outlet that's in some kind of like outlet that's different from what they would traditionally tell a story on. Yik is the Sonic 06 of indie RPGs, a catastrophically bad execution of ambitious ideas that will be used as a case study for decades to come. Oof. And to compare it to Sonic 06, that is quite a big comparison on that one. Oh no. And that is why I hate the sleep mechanic. Man, I feel by the time I'm done with this entire mission, I feel by the time I'm done with this entire job, I'm gonna have so many euros gone. The elevator shook, vibrating with motion. Actual quote from the main character. The elevator shook, vibrating with motion. That literally is a perfect way of describing like a vibrator or something. It shook, vibrating with motion. That is quite an idiotic way of putting a game, an event in the game into words. It shook, vibrating with motion. It's like me just crashing into that tree. The truck crashed. Smashing with force. So yeah, of course there's force in smashing into a tree. I mean, how else are you gonna smash into a tree? Oh god, not again. Where is the nearest rest stop? Don't tell me the next one is like miles away. Well, there's a oh, there it is. It's nearby. Thank God. How does someone who thinks he's a writer use 3 synonyms of the same word in a row? This is like writing on par with like blonde type writing. Whenever I think of like shit writing, I always just think of blonde from Neptunia every single time when I think of the idea of shit and writers. I know it's a running gag in Neptunia that blonde can't write for shit, but even though she thinks that she's a very capable writer who can make some like high quality shit, but honestly there's some people who genuinely just don't have it, and then they instantly get like, if you're someone who's very confident that they can write like absolutely the greatest shit every single time they get a pencil and paper, or they get in front of a PC and then just start typing something up in Word or whatever word processing program they used, and then think, oh yes, I'm about to write an absolute banger, because that's what I write every day, absolute bangers. It's like, I've got a sad story for you, because I've always said it. You never want to consider everything that you do as an absolute banger. Okay, thank God I fell asleep in the truck. Already stopped. I can just imagine seeing my truck driver just standing there, like, half asleep, trying to fill up the... Oh, to be fair, this is kind of like in real life. After a long-ass drive where you haven't been able to stop for anything, you're just falling asleep trying to, you know, pump gas into your car. Unless this is, I think it's Washington or Oregon, one of those two, where you can't even pump your own gas. I think the other one was supposed to be New Jersey, where you can't pump your own gas into your own car. Somebody has to do that for you. I want to know who came up with such a brain-dead idea. Also, the game's premise appropriates a real-world tragedy in a way generally agreed by basically everyone but the devs to be disrespectful. Wait, what exactly was the tragedy? So I know that there have been times in any form of media where they just don't know how to handle certain things correctly, and then, like, these are one of those times where someone wants to say that this is one of those times where someone can genuinely say, like, if the mysterious death of Alyssa Lamb. I'm gonna look that up after I finish streaming to see what exactly was her death. You know, one of the things that I'm already remembering when I think of things that didn't know how to handle correctly, like a death of a bunch of people or of someone or a bunch of people. I'm already remembering about I don't know if anyone in the audience remembers vividly the old Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 incident. The one where it was that one plane that was carrying, like, a full plane with a whole crew and passengers and everything just disappeared. In the middle of, I think it was flying from Kuala Lumpur or some part of Malaysia to some other place, or it was flying to... I don't remember where the hell it was going, but it was going somewhere in Southeast Asia, and then it just disappeared. I remember when that happened, like, the one channel that particularly had a very strange obsession with, like, weird conspiracy theories and just all sorts of goofy shit just talking about it was CNN. Now, granted, I know it's CNN. Obviously, CNN is dog shit when it comes to news, but, like, in this particular event, I remember that when I was younger, and this happened when I was in high school, so, like, the whole thing happened, and then they would not stop talking about it for, like, I think a month. Like, literally every other thing that they would just talk about is this. Like, I never understood CNN's logic with, like, oh yes, let us just cover this thing for, like, a month, but let's not actually cover it, right? Like, let's just have, like, Don Lemon or someone, like, sit here and, like, say something about, like, zombie planes or some shit, and then still call ourselves a trustworthy and reliable news network. Like, come on, like, if at the most, all you should have just devoted to this was, like, hey, like, so a plane disappeared in the middle of the Pacific, and so... Like we don't know what happened to the passengers, but it can be assumed that they probably have died. But again, it's not certain until the plane has been found. But so far, no plane has been found. Plain and simple. But then you start getting in, like I said, in the territory CNN went, and they started just going off the rails with some of these, like, goofy predictions, and then they started having, like, 3D planes, and then, like, actual, like, mini plane models, and also, and, like, even a flight sim, like. Was this all really necessary to just explain the disappearance of one plane? And they didn't even cover anything else for that entire month that they were doing that. Like, all they covered was just the missing plane. Like, if there's one case where people can actually say that they were genuinely offended by something, was just watching something like that, and then just seeing this channel or this company just constantly keep saying, like, oh, like, what if it was zombies? What if it was this? What if it was that? What if it was aliens? And I'm just sitting here like, are you people fucking stupid? Like, we don't know if they're dead. I mean, they're probably most likely dead by now, but, like, like at the time, like we don't know if if they're alive or if they're dead, and you're already just declaring that they're dead and that was some kind of zombies or something. Like who the hell said that these so-called journalists are able to think of anything logical for this? You just basically like let them off the rails with any goofy predictions that they've come up with. Also, the ending was changed very late in development to one that seems to focus more on shock value than sense, with the original better ending still in the files voiced. Oh, so basically they just like you said, they basically just changed they changed the ending to sort of make things more for shock value, just to try and get some kind of reaction out of people. I hate when media does that. Like where they just basically like they doesn't add anything to the story, but it doesn't add anything to a news story or even just a normal story, but they just make something just so unnecessarily violent or gory or just in deep detail, like that wasn't even necessary to know, just purposefully shock the audience. Like I absolutely find that just absolutely stupid on the sense of writing, on anyone who even calls themselves a writer. The new ending also involves the protagonist of a previous game by the devs that got delisted for plagiarizing Shadow of the Colossus, whining about how people tried really hard to stop me from completing my adventure. People tried really hard to stop him from plagiarizing Shadow of the Colossus, but he was still adamant in his journey to plagiarize Shadow of the Colossus. Thinking about it now, I remember Shadow of the Colossus and just like how many questions I had as I was playing through that game. I never completed it, but I do remember just the strange gameplay of it. Like you get from point A to B, find the Colossus, and you have to find the unique way of being able to slay the Colossus. It was a fun game. It was unique, and it was one hell of a unique game for its time. And I think I would still put it as a very unique game in how you progress through it. But, like, plagiarizing Shadow of the Colossus, like, Jesus Christ. I can already tell the creator of that game absolutely has no shame in anything. It's like, you gotta have unnecessary shock value, profit off tragedy, plagiarize. The list is just endless. It's like it's like this guy practically sold his soul to the devil for some quick game profits, but it didn't actually lead to any actual profits. And he just got more backlash than anything else. Like I said, if you're ultra confident in your work every single time, like, I'm not saying you can't be confident in the work you make, but, you know, if you're ultra confident, like you genuinely don't think there's anything wrong with what you make at any point, like, even if it's just some tiny shit or something, but if you genuinely like, nope, my work is pristine, it is flawless, therefore, you know, like, I am always, like I am always on the right path when it comes to my writing. And nobody can tell me otherwise. Like, if you're one of those people, like, you're like, I hate to break it to you, but you're not very good at what you do. Because one of the whole aspects of being able to be into the whole thing of writing is you're supposed to actually at least able to understand that not everything you make is going to be good. In fact, if you have doubts on what you make, but you know, you're confident enough to where, like, okay, this is well written, I think I can publish this now, but I don't know, I think I could have probably done this better, I could have done this better. Even after you published it, even if it's like a bestseller or like a smash hit, you're still like, no, I don't know, I could have probably done this better, or I could have changed that, or I could have made this, like, work out a different way. Maybe what would have happened if I had done this? Because if you're one of those types of writers, or one of those types of creators that's like, or artists that's like, I always, like, nothing that I make is perfect. I always say that what I make is good enough after what I've done, but there's always room to improve on something, or room to change something. And if this didn't work, then I try a different approach to something. Like, that's actually someone who can actually be called an artist. But if you're someone who just automatically is like, my work is the best and nobody can deny that because I already said I'm the best. It's like that's like not to say, not to compare. It's an odd comparison, but that's like the Naruto quote, like I'm this and believe it. That's like a writer, like obviously Naruto's a different story, and I'm not gonna bother explaining the entirety of Naruto, but fucking, you know, it's like a writer saying like, believe it, I am the greatest, you cannot deny it. It's like, no, you are not the greatest because, you know, your work has flaws in it and they need to be fixed. There's even a lazy boss shortly before the end who has a bunch of signs in his room telling him the things he's putting off. And one of them is finish remake of the delisted game. Oh my god, that is some petty levels of shit. That's some petty levels of petty shit. Oh, you pretty much nailed the behavior of the Allenson brothers dead on. They really thought Yick and the delisted game were instant masterpiece material. Like I said, any artist that just automatically says their work is the greatest thing ever made, and they just righteously go up to someone and say, my work is flawless, it is great, you cannot deny this, and if you do, you suck and you don't understand my art. Like, this kind of like reminds me of, I mean, hell, this kind of reminds me of literally Sander Cohen from BioShock, going back to BioShock. The artist who never liked any sort of criticism on his work, and if you dared to criticize his work, he would send his splicers to murder you, and then he himself would try and murder you. Even the tiniest bit of criticism, or even the strangest look towards his work, or just strange curiosity of looking at his messed up work, and he's just like he just goes berserk and tries to murder you. Like, that's how I would describe, well, obviously not to that extreme, but they would go ballistic and start, you know, insulting the audience and saying, like, you just don't understand my work. I have put in insane levels of detail and specifics into this. Your tiny minds cannot comprehend this type of shit. It's like that running joke that people have said where it's like, you can't be you can't be a Rick and Morty fan unless your IQ is like 200 or some shit. It's like, I don't know, in the times I've seen Rick and Morty, it's entertaining, but I wouldn't consider it something where I need to be a fucking ultra genius to fucking comprehend this. Like, it's that self-righteous behavior that some artists get and some creators get that basically just means, that basically just ruins their work. Like, you never want to say that what you make is the greatest thing ever made. If you do that, your work is already doomed to fail. Because now it's going to be under even more scrutiny, and it's going to be even more ripped to shreds, because people are like, alright, you say you're the best, now let's see if you can prove that shit. And then they see what you do, and then you're like, you're not very good. Only time I've ever seen someone call themselves the greatest at something and actually, you know, live up to the hype is Muhammad Ali, but that's completely different from art. That's professional boxing, so, you know, heavyweight boxing. So I don't think, but even then, that's one of the few cases where I can argue somebody has actually said they're the best at something, and they actually have the evidence to back it up. They complained a lot about how people didn't get that the protagonist was supposed to be unlikable. But the thing is, people don't hate his behavior as much as they do his endless fucking monologues. I always remember when writers decide to put in monologues in stories. Sometimes monologues can work out pretty decently. Then other times you end up with monologues that just don't that just don't add anything of relevancy to the story. And instead you get someone who's just like monologuing, if done right, can, you know, be somewhat, you know, useful to the story. Then you end up with monologues where the guy is practically like explaining everything to you, or explaining why you should care about something. Or if you have some guy monologuing, he may not be explaining everything, but he's just basically saying so much shit to the point where you're like, look, I get it. You're not likable. Or I get it, you're supposed to be the protagonist or the hero or whatever, but, you know, maybe you can please shut up for a moment just so I could, you know, get my bearings and understand why I should care about you and your story. Or what your purpose is in this entire, in this entire journey we're partaking in. Kind of reminds me, like, another case I can remember of an artist that kind of thinks they're well,
Turn left.
I feel like he genuinely does consider himself as the greatest in this case, but he's not the greatest, but not by a long stretch. But you know, I'm not gonna say that his work is trash, but you know, it's far from being the greatest of anything. One perfect example I can think of an artist that thinks he's the shit, but in reality he's not the shit. He just thinks he's the shit. Would be someone like Kanye West, or like. And I fully understand Kanye's got a few like mental issues that obviously need to be sorted out with a psychiatrist, but like he's one of those cases of someone who I've seen that's like I'm good at doing this. I'm the original at doing this. I am the best at doing this. Nobody can touch me on the level that I am. Kanye is the best artist of all time, and I am declaring that as I myself, Kanye West, am the greatest of all time, according to myself, Kanye West. Like, and the difference between this dude you're explaining, Pork Chop, and Kanye, I would say, is like, well, at least Kanye has made good music. You know, not everything he puts out is good. Like, I've heard a few Kanye songs that I genuinely just didn't give a shit about or I thought were terrible, but, you know, for the most part, he's had multiple different bangers, but, you know, obviously over the years, Kanye has spiraled completely out into insanity, which this can happen with some of these people that are, I guess, narcissistic. That are genuinely like I am the best and nobody can question it, and if you question, I will be offended and I will have to publicly attack you somehow. I genuinely know Kanye is one of those people that instantly gets offended as soon as someone says that his work is not the best, or that his work is this, or that he himself is starting to lose his touch just a tiny bit because he's lost his marbles over the years. I mean, hell, this man did try to run for president recently, which, oh boy, I don't need to know. I don't need to go further into detail on how goofy of an idea it is to hear President Kanye West and First Lady Kim Kardashian. Well, actually, they're not married anymore, but
Right.
still.
Then take the exit on the right.
The Alex Yick monologue topics. A friend that sends him weird porn that never comes up again later. His college exes who also never come up, whether or not a cat looks like Salvador Dali, and all that in chapter 1 alone. What kind of weird monologues is this guy going through? One of 6 monologues. I like the one about the cat that looks like Salvador Dali. I don't know what this dude's got to be smoking to see. And all of these take at least 10 minutes. Oh god. It's already bad enough that you gotta wait, can they be skipped or are they unskippable? Because if they're unskippable, oh, that is just straight torture. You gotta listen to this man babble on about his dumb monologue and story and shit, and his inner thoughts on things. Meanwhile, you're just like, bruh, I don't give a shit. I just want to get to the game. You can skip dialogue, thankfully. Oh, thank God. Those don't come up very often these days, but games where you cannot skip certain dialogue and cutscenes, oh man, do I hate those. Like, look, like, I get it, and I've joked about this with Jimmy about Malik skipping the cutscenes in Persona 4 Golden, Like, obviously, if you skip the cutscenes, you're not gonna know what the fuck's going on, unless it's a cutscene that, like in the case of Persona 4 again, like if you get to dialogue, and that you've already, like, if you got to a boss fight and you have to get through that, like, bunch of dialogue that you have to go through before you can fight the boss, like, yeah, I can understand skipping that if you've already heard it, like, once, and then you just don't want to hear it again, you just want to get to the boss fight. Like, I can understand skipping that, but, you know, if it's the first time you're hearing dialogue or a cutscene, and you just straight up skip it, and then you're like, I don't know what the story did, like, I skipped all that shit. Well, yeah, there's your first problem. Actually, that's your only problem. How'd you skip the cutscenes? Like, why'd you skip the cutscenes? Like, damn. Eventually, they had to add a less monologuing and silent protagonist mode in a patch. This game sounds like a clusterfuck just from the very beginning. Like, it sounded like it had a good idea going, and then afterwards the game is like, alright, so I'm just gonna go off into some weird territory that doesn't make any sense, and I'm just gonna, like declare myself as, like, this completely different experience that could have been so much better, but I'm like, nah, like, my creators want me to be, you know, something that helps massage the creators' egos. Sounds like a clusterfuck from the title, not even the beginning. Like, again, some people are just not born to make art in any way, shape, or form. Like there's some people that just try to convince themselves too hard that they can make art. And I'm saying that as someone who well, I guess I could call myself a creator, but I don't consider myself like a fucking genius at making something. I know that when I make something, like never in my life when I've made something do I consider anything that I've ever done as perfect. Like at the most I consider what I make as good enough. But even then, like, I know that there might be something that I could have changed somewhere in the middle of it. Because obviously, like if you don't open yourself up to room for improvement, then, like, you'll never improve. And you'll keep being referred to as just some mediocre nobody that just keeps making trash. It's like those SoundCloud rappers that think, like, yeah, dude, I'm the greatest because I had one song that was an absolute hit, and then, like, they didn't become relevant ever again because their music absolutely sucked afterwards, and most of those SoundCloud rappers are just irrelevant as fuck. It's like I remember seeing a video once of some dude who was explaining, I think it was Low Pump, and then he was explaining how Low Pump was obviously a big deal years ago, and now he's just nobody, along with most of those, like, mumble rappers from, like, the early 2010s and mid 2010s, where most of these dudes they probably released one memorable song at the most. Some of them may have released like 2 or 3, depending on, you know, how well their agents were able to get them out there and how, at least, you know, replayable the song was for a time. But then afterwards, like the whole shtick got kind of tiring after a while, because if there's one subgenre of hip-hop that I can genuinely say died, you know, one hell of a pathetic death, was mumble rap. And I'm not gonna lie, I, as someone who grew up in the time where mumble rap was a big deal when I was a teenager, obviously, like I've heard a mumble rap song here and there, and I found them to be, you know, entertaining. But to consider this as like a genuine form of like making music for years on end, nah. And there was gonna be a time where it would just stop continuing. Like, in the world of entertainment and art, you know, fame is a temporary thing. You know, obviously you're not gonna have fame permanently. You know, things will change every now and then. Obviously, like, there's gonna be someone new who comes in and then takes over the spot that you used to hold because you weren't able to adapt. Like, if you can adapt and, you know, make things different from how you used to make them, then that's one thing. But if you're still making the same old shit you did before, and you didn't have any room for growth, and you gotta know how to do the growth right, because there's sometimes, you know, artists that don't grow correctly, and then when they don't grow right, then they end up making something that's just, you know, not of significant quality. But then the funny thing is, like, the fans of that specific artist will then say, like, oh man, I liked your old shit, but then like your new shit sucks, and then they play the old shit and they're like, man, his old shit is just not hitting right. I think I remember someone said that with Eminem. I think Eminem once pointed out that like he went to, like, he was doing a concert with some of his new songs, and the audience was like, Eminem, your new songs suck, we want to hear your old stuff again. So he plays his old stuff again, and then people are like, Eminem, your old stuff is offensive as hell, why are you saying all these things? And then he's like, I don't know how to actually I don't know how to appeal to these people. Like you want the new, you don't want the new stuff because you think it sucks. So I played the old stuff, and you don't like the old stuff because you find it offensive. So I mean, you can't really, you can't have it both ways. You know, pick one or the other. You know, obviously your older stuff was obviously made at a different time period when you thought differently, and your newer stuff was made, you know, at a completely different time period where you thought differently. You know, if someone, you know, grew up with this specific artist or creator or something, obviously, like, their content will change over the years. Like, if you want their old content, you can still, you know, experience their old content, but, you know, obviously, you gotta understand, like, even some of my personal favorite artists, like, I know that, like, obviously their content has changed over the years, and obviously they're not the same as they used to be, but, you know, obviously that's just a natural thing that you have to do. You can't just keep doing the same old tired shit over and over again. That's why Hobson isn't relevant anymore these days. It's supposed to be pronounced Y2K, as in the Y2K bug. Okay, that is a very dumb way of the creator naming his game. Y, Roman numeral 2, and then K. I can already see one of his problems there with his game. Like, I get you want to be creative, but don't be creative to the point where it just comes off as just really dumb. It's like I made a funny, or I made a create. It's like that. I don't know. I wouldn't call that creativity. I would just call that you decide to get silly with your name, and you decide, all right, I'm gonna name it Alex Y Roman numeral 2 and then K. Needless to say, you are far from the only person to pronounce it yeek, and most of us do it on purpose. Yeek. I mean, like, and I'm not even like I'm probably not even the game's like intended audience, because I really don't care much for RPGs. Like, there's only a few that I care about, and obviously Fallout is one of them, and obviously Neptunia, but I usually tend to go for Neptunia for meme reasons. But, you know, I don't think I was probably the intended audience for the game, and even then, like, I see the title and I'm like, I think this is called Yik, right? I'm very sure if I said that to the creator, he would probably be like, I am offended, you mispronounced my work's title, I'm sorry, you dumb fuck, name it something better. It's like, if you spell it like that, it's like, okay, it's like, and this is going back to Neptunia, this is one of those cases where, like, naming something doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like one perfect example is Neptunia V2. When I was first getting into Neptunia and I saw V2, I genuinely thought it was called Neptunia 7. And then it's because you put the V and then you put the 2 so close to each other, it looks like a Roman numeral 7. So, like, I was confused as shit. It's like, okay, so where's Neptunia's 4 and 5? What is this, like Yakuza, where like a chunk of the series is just missing on Steam? Well, not anymore, but back then, like, what is this? And so apparently no, it's just because it's called V2 because they got creative with the way they named it. Okay, so couldn't you have just put a V and then right next to the V put like a tiny like Roman numeral 2 next to it, like to at least distinguish it, or at least put like a normal like 2 next to it instead of the Roman numeral 2? Oh yeah, V2 is another confusing and unnecessary misuse of Roman numeral 2. Like I remember like and like the old like, and then when I saw V2R and then I'm seeing 7R and I'm like honestly, like Neptunia, like as much as I adore the games for their stupidity and their meme potential, I genuinely have to say their naming is just off the rails. Like, Japan in general just has some really weird practices for naming things. Like, then you get animes that have names that are like a whole sentence long, and then you get like animes where like the name, like one perfect example is like the anime called New Game, where like the first season is just New Game with one exclamation point, and then the second season is titled New Game with two exclamation points. Like, if you did not pay attention to the title, how many exclamation points it had, you'd literally think you'd be so confused on figuring out which one is which. Because again, like, again, I understand your creativity for wanting to, you know, make the title look all fancy and shit, but do you really need to have the exclamation points be the 1 and the 2? It's the only NEP game with an actual budget, yet it somehow has a more confusing name than the remakes infamous for word salad. Good old Neptunia Rebirth 1, 2, and 3, and then there's Neptunia Rebirth, which, on the subject of remakes, this already reminds me of Horizon Zero Dawn and the stupid remake that Sony wants to give for it on the PS4. A game that has been out since 2018, according to Sony, needs a fucking remake again. Which, this also goes back to The Last of Us Part 1, but even then, the first Last of Us was a much older game than Horizon Zero Dawn, but even then, that didn't need a remake either. And so you get to Horizon Zero Dawn getting a remake, and I'm like, why does this need a remake? What is Sony's fetish for remakes lately? I feel like Sony's whole fetish with remakes is to try and resell the game again at a higher price, and then tell everybody, oh yes, it's a completely different experience from how it was before. Like, and I can't even say that their excuse for this one will be, oh, because we want to get it to the PC, that's why we're remaking it. Because that was probably their excuse with getting Spider-Man and Spider-Man Miles Morales to the PC. But, I don't know how you can pull off that excuse with Horizon Zero Dawn when the game is already available on PC since it originally launched, I think. I get The Last of Us getting remade because they're trying to cover up the failure of The Last of Us 2, but Horizon, why? Like, that's what had me scratching my head. I don't know why you would remake a game that, first off, was an actual good game, and second of all, was a game that didn't even look bad in its original form. And it's already available on PC anyways. Like you can't use that excuse this time around. Like the only reason I can see why they would remake this game in particular was just to milk another $60 to $70 out of their audience, and be like, guys, look, it's a brand new PlayStation game for the PS5. God, I'm starting to sound like Cernando. I feel like when I do that voice, I sound like fucking Cernando. If anyone's not familiar with Cernando, that's the guy that's the dude who's infamous for making the whole GTA 6. Guys, I've got GTA 6. Rockstar got me the hookup. My friend Anthony from Rockstar Games got me well, actually, years later, after that stupid video had been taken down from YouTube. Well, there is a GTA 6 now. I can at least Cernando did predict something, that there would be a GTA 6. I mean, that was probably obvious from the get-go, but still, like, but again, on Horizon Zero Dawn, you don't need to remake this game. You really don't. This game did not need a remake, but for some reason, Sony just feels it necessary to give a remake to a game that's only, like, how old is it now? Like 4 years old. The game's only 4 years old. It's already getting a remake. Like, I don't know who gets more egregious with their remakes, Sony or Idea Factory. Because I could understand the very first NEP game needing a remake because of some of the characters in the original Neptunia no longer being usable in Neptunia anymore for copyright reasons between Idea Factory and the companies those characters are supposed to represent. Like, that I can understand. But and that's why, like, I understand Rebirth 1 existing. And same thing with Rebirth 2, because it was the same issue with that game. Rebirth 3 is literally just Victory again. Like, it's the same fucking game, just, like, you know, running at 60 frames per second on a PS Vita and on PC. Which on PC, my criticism of it is the fact that it's literally the Vita version just ported over to the PC. Like, they didn't even change the menu prompts or anything to PC menu prompts. They just left it at PS Vita prompts. But they sort of use, like, generic, like, Steam controller input to sort of tell you, like, oh yes, press Y, press A, and X, and all these buttons to navigate through these menus. It's really, really stupid. I mean, at least you can mod the first 3 Neptunias to actually get, you know, correct controller prompts on screen, but I don't bother with doing that, because sometimes I've heard that when you do that, it can break the game. Yeah, something as minor as that can break a whole game, so and besides that, all controllers these days have a similar layout, so there's really no point in changing button prompts. Like, if you know the layout of a PlayStation controller and the layout of an Xbox controller, it's the same thing. Only console where only company where they don't, you know, use the same layout for controllers would just be Nintendo. But then again, Nintendo never wants to do anything the same way as everybody else. I mean, I guess that's both a good and a bad thing. I mean, good because, I mean, it makes them think, you know, differently than how Sony and Microsoft think of everything, but bad because it also ends up with some really, really strange ideas like the Joy-Cons, for example. You couldn't just use normal analog sticks, you had to make Joy-Cons, which, honestly, I still consider those things some of the worst excuse for analog sticks I've ever used. And I don't have a Switch, but I've used a Switch before. I've used one, I've used a colleague of mine's Switch one time at a college party. I remember I was drunk as shit, but I vividly remember I used that thing, and I genuinely hated, you know, using Joy-Cons. And then years later, obviously much more sober, and with a college degree, I remember like I absolutely hated the Joy-Cons still, even completely sober. Even completely sober, I vividly remember how much I hated the Joy-Con controllers. Man, I've just been hitting everything on the road. You know what? It's Eastern Europe. I can come up with the excuse of, like, everybody does it, so I will do it too. You ever look back at a conversation like this and wonder how we managed to meander so far from the original topic? Well, I mean, that's how stream conversations go. And to be fair, I thank you, Porkchop, for engaging in the stream, because it really helps with me being able to find something to say half the time. When I first dropped in, the topic was escort missions, and now we've reached really annoying remake patterns. And bear in mind, we're almost coming at an end of the stream, so this is actually reaching a perfect climax, because I've only got 35 in-game minutes left, which is like literally like 2-3 minutes left. Oh, the engine's malfunctioning again. But like, I thank you, Porkchop, for engaging in the audience, because that really helps me with finding stuff to say in midstream. I can, at least like I said it before, with Rocket League, it's much harder for me to be able to focus like on talking and actually playing the game at the same time. Because it's just Rocket League's nature. When I get into Rocket League, I kind of just get in the zone and I kind of forget what the hell it is I'm doing. But even though I like Rocket League, I think it's a game where I do put down when I lose frequently. Unlike Fortnite, where I can lose like multiple times and I just really don't give a shit and I just keep coming back for more. Because at least I have the incentive to do the Battle Pass, because at least in that game I find the Battle Pass worth something. Oh, that actually, yeah, I'm always happy to be here for my friends, even if I don't know you super well yet. Well, thank you, Porkchop. I appreciate that. But like, on the subject of battle passes, because I just had in the last minutes of me delivering this rice to Romania, like, battle passes, I genuinely only found Fortnite to be the only battle pass that I actually enjoy actually going through. And it can still be tedious at times, but at least it's like a battle pass where at least everything I get looks significantly different than everything else I get. Like, as I was playing through Rocket League and I encountered that game's battle pass, I genuinely, like, I just went through the items to see what they were, and I was like, I just can't see myself devoting hours of my day to play this car soccer game for hours on end. It's like when Fall Guys did it. I genuinely don't understand the point of having a Fortnite-style battle pass for a game like Fall Guys. Like, it would have been better if they had microtransactions still, but instead of them being, you know, like battle passes, because again, like, you gotta think of the type of game you're putting a battle pass in. Fall Guys is a more of a party sort of game. Like, you play it with your friends every now and then because you're like, hey, like, I'm bored, me and the boys got nothing else to do, so we're gonna hit up, you know, we're gonna hit each other up and play Fall Guys. You know, that's what I find Fall Guys to be. I don't find it a game where I want to play it for hours on end to grind a battle pass and, you know, get like the Hatsune Miku skin that's currently the tier 100 level skin in Fall Guys. But like, But like, and the same thing goes for Rocket League. Now, Rocket League I know is a much more competitive game than Fall Guys, obviously. I mean, I think well, I don't know how its competitive scene is doing these days, given, you know, the whole Epic thing and everything else that happened over the years, but I assume it's still somewhat active. But even then, in the time it took me to land onto a server in Rocket League, and I've always found Rocket League's matchmaking system to be horrendously stupid, especially when it drops you into a game mid-game as your team is losing. Like, like, I honestly feel like I don't even know if the game, because I know there's some games that do this, where if you get thrown into a game halfway through it and you're already on a losing team, the game still rewards you with extra XP, just to kind of say sorry for dropping you in on this already, like, full game. But, oh. Like the whole idea of like when I went through the battle pass for Rocket League, I didn't buy it, but I at least well checked over and see what the items were. I didn't find any actual you know, actual interest in wanting to do a battle pass for a game like that one. And granted, you know, I'm someone that got Fall Guys back when it, you know, still cost money to get it on Steam. So I already have items that nobody else who plays Fall Guys will probably ever be able to own because they were, you know, exclusive to the old Steam version of it. So, you know, I guess that's enough for me in terms of Rocket League. So I don't know why you would include a battle pass for a game like that. At least there's more competitiveness to it, but it's a game that frustrates, at least for me personally, it frustrates me a lot more easily than any other game I've played, just because like I guess it kind of brings up that competitive mindset of like when you play a sport and you're like, I don't want to lose because I look stupid when I lose. So that's why I like, after playing like Rocket League for like an hour or two and then I keep getting L's, I was like, nah, I'm gonna switch to something much less headache inducing. So that's why I came here. Same style of mechanics, you drive, except you're not hitting things and you're not actually supposed to hit anything like I did, but still. I wonder how my truck is gonna be scored. Good work! Not excellent, good. See, how much money did I get? Skilled worker, sweet. Long distance. I need to be able to get explosives. Wonderful. I can move nukes and shit. Ah, well, I think... Let's see. How are we looking right now? Which time we got? How much time we had on the stream right now? Let's see. Been going on for 4.5 hours. Yep, we've reached the exact time that I kind of predicted that this would, you know, reach out to, because I know usually one of these, you know, Euro Truck Sim 2 drives is at least 2 hours in length. Well, anyways, I would like to... Splatoon 3 kind of has a battle pass, but you can't pay to make progress on it, and you get progress from both PvP matches and the PvE co-op Salmon Run, which is my main mode. Like, if you're gonna spend on a battle pass, it has to be a battle pass for a game that, like, you're gonna be frequenting normally. And even then, like, at least in Fortnite, I can get, you know, good XP amounts from XP servers, you know, when I'm playing the game. Or like you're on like a server where you just build up XP as you're on the server on some of the creative servers. Like I can like at least that's a good thing of playing that. For me personally, so I don't have to devote all my time to just playing Fortnite all the time, because I don't dislike the game, but you know, obviously I don't want to devote my entire bunch of free time to actually playing just one particular game. I mean, I at least got to the point in the battle pass where I wanted to get to, which was getting the Spider-Gwen skin this season and the maskless version, but you know, aside from that, I could really care less about the rest of the battle pass. I just want the gold versions of all the skins, because at least they look better this season than they did last season. But at least a game like that, I can justify the battle pass because everything looks different in it, and everything, you know, at least like in a game like that, you know, you at least there's some kind of like personal incentive to actually wanting to go through the battle pass. Like Rocket League, I couldn't find that, because like I said, like my car is not something you're going to be looking at while you're going against me in Rocket League. Most of the time you're going to look at my car in frustration because it's probably in your way from scoring. I really don't see why Fall Guys uses such asinine reward structure. It's not a game that feels marathon worthy. That's what I was thinking. Like, when I play Fall Guys with my boys, I genuinely don't understand why Fall Guys has to have a Fortnite-style battle pass. It's not a competitive game. Well, I mean, it's competitive for the match that you're in to get to the first place, but again, it's a party game, in my honest opinion. It's like Mario Party. Like, you're playing it with friends, you know, like, I can't even see myself playing Fall Guys alone. Like, it just doesn't feel the same playing a game like that alone. Granted, I started playing it with friends, but still, like it feels more like a party game than something you want to grind for several hours on end. You know, like Fortnite feels like it's a third-person shooter battle royale, so obviously, like, you know, there's incentive to grind, because every single time you go in, you're shooting at people, and on top of that, every single match will feel different. Fall Guys, not everything's gonna feel different, because it's pretty much the same old thing. You get from point A to B in time, without getting fucked over by all the obstacles in the way. Now, Rocket League has that competitive component to it, but, you know, even then, your appearance in-game doesn't really matter for shit, and nobody's really going to give a shit about your in-game appearance, because nobody's going to be able to see your car anyways, because they're going to be too busy trying to ram into you, to blow you up, or to, you know, ram into the ball to get it out of their side of the field. Like, nobody's going to see your skin. Even in Fortnite, like, you can see someone's skin, and, like, you're going to be shooting at this person if you're in Battle Royale and you're in solos, but, you know, at least, you know, they give some kind of way for at least you to sort of brag about what skin you have in the game, so you can at least show off whatever skin you own in Fortnite, and that's one, you know, good thing about that. And then, from what I've heard from other games with battle passes, obviously Apex has its own battle pass, which I think people who played Apex have criticized how shitty the items in Apex's battle pass all look. So I think I remember someone pointed out that Apex players want a Fortnite-style battle pass with items that actually look distinct from each other, instead of shit that all looks similar to each other. At least this is what I was remembering from their, like, sub-forums. Your thoughts on Fall Guys pretty much mirror mine, except even if I wanted to play it, I'm pretty sure I can't anymore because of Epic. I mean, I still go through with the whole Epic thing. Of course, the only game I've ever spent actual money on Epic Games' store is Fortnite, and that's because, like I said, that's like I guess, like, for me today, that's like what I considered Call of Duty back then. Like, that game that I turn on, play for several hours, and then enjoy myself, and then get bored. Even if I'm doing terribly in Fortnite, it's still not as frustrating for me as playing Rocket League. Like, Rocket League, when I get annoyed with Rocket League, I get genuinely annoyed playing Rocket League when I'm losing a fuck ton. Like, because I genuinely tend to blame the rest of the team for when they don't do well, or if I genuinely consider myself being shitty in the game, then I blame myself. It's like one of those things where it's like, I'm blaming myself and I'm blaming the team because all of us suck, and that's why we're losing by 6. But, you know, like Fortnite, at least, like, in that game, when I'm playing solos, I can only blame myself if I lose, because I genuinely know, like, if I'm on solos and I die, I was the only one responsible for my own death, or if a stupid wolf killed me. Of course, I should have killed the wolf before it tried to kill me. But aside from these games, I think the only other one with a battle pass is Warzone, but I refuse to play Warzone just because, well, one, Warzone 2 is going to come out. Maybe I might try Warzone 2, but, you know, I've never found the Warzone to ever be entertaining for me, and I've always found the community for that game to be insanely toxic. That's why I don't go anywhere near Warzone. But in all honesty, out of all these games, like at least the one where I at least found like my interest in just popping the game, well, not popping the game, but just loading it up on my PC and just playing it would be Fortnite. Like, it's the closest thing I can compare to my interest in playing Call of Duty regularly back when I was a teenager. Like, I would put in Modern Warfare 2 or something, and then instantly just zone out and play Modern Warfare 2 for several hours and just grind through XP and levels and shit until I got to, like, level 80 in Modern Warfare 2 and then got to 10th Prestige. With my, like, AK with, like, the fanciest camo available for my AK, even though I'd always give it the green camo because it kind of makes it look like the gun from Metro 2033, but that's beside the point. Anyways, I would like to thank everybody who joined on today's stream. All of you were a lovely audience, and I thank every single one of you for tuning into this stream. I apologize if the Rocket League half was not very well, it was eventful in terms of gameplay, but not eventful in terms of commentary. I'm gonna try. I'm at least testing with different games to see what games I can actually get commentary done on them. And so far, Euro Truck Sim 2 is probably one of the best for this. And I am surprised because I did not think that a game where I'm well. Then again, I can talk and drive at the same time. I mean, I've driven my parents around and talked with them at the same time. So you know, if I can do that in real life, I can do that in a simulation of truck driving. So, but again, I didn't think that this would be a perfect game to talk over. I'm still working on doing that with a couple other games, but and I'm thinking of different ideas as we go along. And don't forget, everyone, on the 19th is when I intend to start that horror marathon that I'm looking to do, from the 19th all the way to the 31st, just playing nothing but horror and any game with a spooky event going on, just to balance out so I don't have a heart attack every single day while trying to stream something, because I don't do well with horror. But just for those 13 days, I intend to do that. So everyone's definitely gonna get to see me experience Dead Space, and maybe I might even play Outlast, even though I had a big for me, like, it's like the equivalent of getting your shots as a kid. You don't look forward to it. You know it has to be done, but you don't look forward to it, and you're definitely gonna hate the experience. That's basically me playing Outlast 2, because after all the gameplay I've seen of it, I definitely don't look like I'm gonna have a very wonderful time experiencing that live, but you know, doing it just for the channel and just for the streams, because I enjoy doing this. So thank you for watching, everyone, and I hope all of you watching have a wonderful weekend, and I will be back tomorrow with another stream, because tomorrow is Saturday. Well, technically it's today's Saturday, but later today it'll be stream time again. But I'll be back with another stream later for Saturday. So again, thank you for watching, everyone, and have a great weekend.